Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday to you, and Thursday. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. Glad you're here, everybody. We're gonna have a fun stream today. Not only have we got some exciting fossil news, we've got more March Madness, and we've got Thursday BIRDSday. It's gonna be a full stream today. So I am glad you're here. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whether that's streaming live from the field in places like Wyoming or Utah or maybe some other states this year too. Looking forward to that. Whether it's digging up dinosaur fossils and the other remains of ancient living things live from the Badlands of the American West, or whether it's streaming from here in my office, going over the latest fossil news, answering questions, conducting art, doing interviews with other paleontologists. No matter what we're doing, the whole point of these streams is science outreach. The whole point is to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. So if that sounds good to you, I hope you stick around. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are my area of expertise. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. But dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the history of life on Earth. Oh, Mini Pie, hello. She's shaved right at the base of her tail there. Oh, Mini Pie, you feeling better today? Or feeling a little bit less woozy at least? It's good to see you, Mini. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, the whole point of these broadcasts is science outreach. To try and give you kind of an inside perspective into the world of paleontology and why it's important, why it matters to your everyday life. That we can understand what our Earth looked like millions of years ago, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of years ago. That knowledge is very much relevant to our everyday lives. It gives us context for understanding the world around us. In a sense, you can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. Understanding the history of life on Earth allows us to make wise choices about where we might go in the future. So anyway, we'll be talking about that a little bit more today as we discuss a new study on cancer in dinosaurs. It could potentially yield some, an understanding of cancer that could lead to future methods of treatment. Who knows? Anyway, we'll be talking about that. Mini Pie, how are you doing? It's good to see you. My goodness. Yeah. What's going on, Minnie? What's going on? You're on a tear to don't fall off the desk. You be careful. She still seems a tiny little bit loopy after her vet appointment yesterday. Yeah. And thank you, Brain of Purple. Holy cow. Oh, look at that. Oh, how cute. Look at all those chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Brain of Purple.
Know what
This is
dinosaurs
almost
Thank
is
you.
all about until these boys come.
And Madam 33, 52 months of support. I really appreciate that. Madam 33, thank you, thank you. Almost a whole year? I think you're pretty close there. 52 months? There's what, 60 months in a year? Is that right? In a metric year? I mean, there's 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 hours in a day, 60 days in a month, 60 months in a year, right? Do I have that right? Anywho, it's good to see everybody. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Mini Pie. Yeah. Here, I think... My goodness. I think we have a clip from yesterday, don't we? Of, Here, I'm gonna need to get to my keyboard here. I know. Here. There we go. There we are, clips. There we are, clips. There we are, clips. Gotta get rid of that winter coat. Oh, hey. You watch yourself.
Brain underscore of
I know you're the
underscore purple
landlord,
is
but I know my
overloading the
right.
system with
Oh,
10
hang
gift
on.
subs.
Holy cow, Brain of Purple, thank you very, very much for the 10 gift subs there. Holy moly. Look at this, Mini Pie. Look how excited this Tinamou bird is about that level of generosity from Brain of Purple. 10 gift subs. Holy cow, that's, oh, shoot. What happened? I'm sure he's fine. Thank you, Brain of Purple, for those 10 gift subs. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that. Thank you. How are you doing? Thank you for your generosity and your support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thanks for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. And thank you, BJ White, for the 100 bits. We've got a hype train kicked off now. Beautiful. Plainly says, I've been summoned by the power of gift sub. Welcome, Plainly. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Mini Pie is glad that you're here, too. Again, she just got back from the vet yesterday. She was, Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, this is yesterday's stream. Mini Pie. Hey, come here. Look at what we got for you. What magic is this? She's stepping on my soundboard there. You stepping on my soundboard? Dude, no, Windows, I don't want to turn on toggle keys. Stop it. Look how big her pupils are there. Goodness. You just... Guess that's the end of the clip. Do we have another one there? Let's see. Another one with Mini Pie. There we go. Twitch player's having trouble. We can see where you got shaved. You got a little shave spot there. She went nuts over this stuff. And hey, PaleoStream, how are you doing? You're a mess, yeah. Mini Pie. You're a mess. Look at you. Mini Pie. Did I call her Sweetie Pie? I'm sorry, Mini Pie. I'm misnaming you. PaleoStream, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to see you. She was just going nuts there. Oh, this is live right now. That's not what we want. Anywho. Yeah, Mini Pie, let's get you some treats here. Because I think that's what you're after, huh? You don't just want attention. You want some treats. So let's make that happen. Ooh, here we go. Yeah. Look at those. Look at all those. My goodness. Crunch them up. She was so hungry yesterday after stream, after her vet procedure. She ate an entire can of wet food. And these she's just swallowing whole without chewing. I presume she's still a little bit achy. She had a tooth removed. Tooth that happened to be resorbing. There we go. How's that? Is that pretty good? You want more? My goodness. Okay. Okay, we can make that happen. Yeah. Here you go. There you are. Hoovering those up. Ravenous little mammal. You insatiable little carnivore in you. Get treats off the desk. I'm gonna make sure I keep you well fed, or you're gonna eat me while I'm sleeping. There we go. There we go. That's it. That's it. That's all of them. Yeah, I know. I know. What, do you want some more? Alright, if you insist. There you go. I've never seen her eat like this before. That's nuts. Mini pie. Leave some for everybody else. My goodness. Alright, that's enough for now. You had 3 rounds. I think you've had enough mini pie. I'm cutting off your supply. Yeah. You gotta drive home after this, remember? Just kidding. She lives here. She's the landlord. Anyway, she's just gonna hang out here, I guess. Fine by me.
Community
Really?
time gifted a tier 1 sub to Prince_Ninita.
And thank you, community time.
They
I
have given
appreciate
5
that.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Good stuff. Well, today, of course, is Thursday BIRDSday, as would be implied by our Archaeopteryx and Ichthyornis and more Archaeopteryx here. We're going to do that toward the end of today's broadcast. We'll also be having Marsh Madness. Today's round is going to be Dryptosaurus versus Priconodon. So we'll be getting to that.
Historic horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy and aid of?
Nikki V, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. But before we get to any of that stuff, we're going to do some fossil news. We've got a couple of new articles. We'll also look at some clips. I got to do a Blue Sky post. And we'll be looking at the latest issue of Scientific American as well, which happens to have an article on dinosaurs by dinosaur paleontologist Michael Habib. This article actually has some stuff about... It has to do with his talk at SVP this year. About ornithischian dinosaurs. And, how... for lack of a better term, how metal they are. The ornithischian dinosaurs are often overlooked in terms of, like, big, charismatic, interesting, formidable creatures. We're going to be talking a bit about ornithischians and why you shouldn't underestimate them. Oh, mini pie. Yeah. Mizard Rule says, my uncle gets that magazine. We'll be talking about this later, but I think if anybody in chat, if you'd like to keep up to date with some of the latest scientific discoveries in a myriad of different fields, SciAm is actually a great way to do it. Not sponsored, they don't pay me to say this. Scientific American used to be kind of mid, frankly, back when I was a kid. It's gotten so much better in recent years. I gotta give kudos to them. Scientific American has been on fire recently, in a good way. Multiple really good articles about paleontology. Anyway, we'll get to that later. But first, let's look at some clips, like I said I was gonna do. I've been trying to encourage more clipping on this channel. So before we get to anything else, let's take a look at some of our clips from the last week, and I'll download the ones which, we can use for our clips highlight reel. This is from yesterday from Marsh Madness. It would help if I'd unmute it, huh? Now. This is a dead heat. It's anybody's game. Let's see. This one is exciting, Lenina. Final 10 seconds here. Ceratosaurus leading by 2. Nope, leading by just 1 now. It is so close. And there we go. It's a tie. It's a tie, folks. Holy cow. We have never had this before. Holy moly. There we go. I might download that one. That we'll see. That was from the Lenina. Thank you, thank you. The Lenina. Thank you, thank you. Sorry. And what was this here from Charlie's Dragon? Like many, many, many things in nature, maybe most things in nature, it's more of a spectrum than it is like a binary, you know? Nature doesn't like binaries. That's not how nature works. You talk to any biologist, you know?
It's a key feature of what makes...
I like that. Let's go ahead and grab that because it's an important point. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for clipping that. Mute this real quick, and then... Whales with hooves, yes indeed. Twitch players having some trouble. Come on. Refresh. The transition of whales from land to water is pretty well documented, and it's getting better and better every single year. The evolution of whales is a truly fascinating period in the history of life on Earth. It's such a cool example of how paleontology works. That clip worked just about perfectly with the music there. I'm going to download that as well. We'll add that to our pre-stream clips reel. All right, and what I'm going to do right now is let's open these in a new tab so they don't get so wonky. That's a big high five. Ms. Art Rules. Let's take a look at this one. But that is a big hand right there on this critter. Very, very big. See that right there too. Oh yeah, it's big. It's a big animal. And Lurdosaurus had even bigger thumbs. Yeah. I like that as well. Let's go ahead and download that one. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. Good stuff. And I don't know if I've seen this one yet. The coelacanth one? Your letter. Yeah. Feral Terminator says, I met a school teacher, 4th grade science, shows many parts of your streams to her students. Really? Feral Terminator? If she does, I'd love to know about that. I'd love to do a personal message. Oh, sorry, coelacanth, I'm bumping you. That's good too. Thanks for posting. Yeah. What is up with you? You're on a tear today, Minipie. You are just causing all kinds of trouble. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want some more treats? Is that what you're after right now? Here, let's get a screenshot with you in it for Blue Sky, because why not? I think that would be good. What are you doing? What are you doing? That looks really goofy. Let's get a different one. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Huh? That didn't register for some reason. That one looks kind of goofy too. Well, I think we can do better. I think we can do better. What do you think, Minipie? What do you think? Huh? Huh? What do you think? Yeah? What? that would have been perfect, except we got an emote right in the way there. I need to, like, create a scene that doesn't have the... Here, let's just get rid of the emote wall for right now. What are you doing? Hey. What? This one. That one. You know what? That's good enough. Yeah. We'll grab that. Crop it, save it, ship it. Let's do it. There we go. New post here. Yeah. We're enduring some cat chaos at the beginning of stream. In just a few minutes, we'll be moving on to paleontology news. Marsh Madness. Cryptosaurus versus Perconodon. And then Thursday BIRDSday. Join us now for Q&A and fossil camaraderie. That's how I spell camaraderie, right? Yeah, good. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Let's add some alt text. Twitch screenshot of me in my office with the mischievous Mini Pie. Mini Pie, what are you doing back there? Hey. You better not try and get on top of the bookcase, because that's not a good place for you. You can hang out there, that's fine. Hang out there with the fern. She loves her gymnosperms, this cat. She really does. So does Moon Pie, frankly. Yeah. But you better not try and get on top of that bookcase. Hey, I see you looking up there. Don't even think about it. Hey, don't think about it. Yeah, let's move the site path so that it's in your way, so you can't get up there. Huh? Yeah. We don't want you getting up there. That's no place for a cat. She is just on a tear today. She really is. My goodness. Mischievous Mini Pie. Black. Short hair cat. Against the mic. look at you. Are you tired now? Are you tired now? Are those eyelids getting heavy? Yeah? What do you think? Background RA, 3D, printed, Archaeopteryx, specimen, various framed scientific figures, and some ferns and a magnolia. There we go. Dave. There we go. I think we're ready.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Paleontologizing. Spelled it correctly, it looks like. Good stuff. Here is a link to that post right there, if you would care to engage with it. There you go. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. And how did the teeth cleaning go? So Mini Pie actually had to have a tooth removed yesterday. Teeth cleaning went well, but she had to have a tooth removed as well. One of her premolars, I think, had been resorbing. This happens sometimes with older cats. So the tooth had been kind of dissolving in her mouth, and they couldn't get it out in one piece. Otherwise, I would have gotten to keep it. But it just disintegrated. There are a bunch of different shards of it, apparently, that, Oh, goodness, Mini Pie. You want some more treats? All right, let's do a few more, and then we gotta get going with our broadcast here. You know, we can catch up on news from St. George, and give Andrew a call, and we'll get into the rest of our fossil news. Oh, those velvet ears, yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. All right, let's get you some treats. Some more treats. So many. We've got so many. Yeah. You know, when it says cats in the tags for the channel, that's no joke. Look at all those. There's so many. So many. You gonna be satisfied with those? Yeah, there we go. Look at all those. Such abundance. All of those there for you to eat. So many treats. Is she gonna eat all of them? I can understand why she wouldn't chew them right now, just because she just had dental work yesterday and things are probably still a little raw in there. But I hope that she gets back to chewing soon. There you go. How's that? Good stuff? What do you think, Minnie? Yeah? Yeah? Oh. There we go. I know what to do. Brushing. So she likes being brushed for a while, and then she doesn't like it anymore, and then she'll skedaddle. She needs to be brushed right now, so let's get this done. See how long she puts up with it. Don't eat the hairs. Those aren't for eating. There we go. Her Taylor's going nuts. She is like, she's very stimulated right now. All right, hey, watch it. You done? You done? A little bit more? There we go. Look at those eyes. There we go. Is that relaxing you a little bit? I don't know if relaxed is the right word, but your heart rate going down just a little bit, I hope? Just a little bit? What? All right. What do you mean, what? Stepping on the soundboard again. Oh, Mini Pie. Okay. Here, you can stick around if you want. I know you own this place, so what you say goes. But I've got bills to pay, Mini Pie. I gotta continue my stream. We've got 181 people watching right now, and they want fossil science. You understand the bind that I'm in. You know, I want to make you happy, but I've got a lot of people here who also, they came here to learn about paleontology. Does that register with you? She's like, I don't care about that. Anyhow. Let's do a quick search, see if we've got any news about a project down in St. George, Utah. I think I actually got a text from Andrew about this with a new article. No, it was an email. Let's look at that. Oh, where are you going? Hey, don't even think about getting up there. Search St. George Dinosaur here. 3 hours ago. Brand new article right here we're going to take a look at. 13 hours ago here with this one. Oh, I know her. That's Hannah right there. Good stuff. Here, we were looking at this yesterday.
Something cool too, a great story. This morning,
in case you missed it,
series called Uniquely Southern Utah, spotlighting the people, places, and issues that make this region unlike anywhere else in the state. And we're starting with a story that quite literally digs into that idea.
A site rich with prehistoric fossils is now the future home of a new power substation. The city of St. George says it is a balancing act, updating critical infrastructure while preserving the
oh, look who's that in the background.
Power feet.
Well, for paleontologists, it's a race against time. We have our Southern Utah reporter, Liv Kelleher, joining us live this morning. Good morning, Liv. You are at that dig site. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes, good morning. Right behind me here is where that digging is taking place. The paleontologists here were given 3 months to uncover as many fossils as they can before construction on that substation begins. Diana Call, the executive director of the Dinosaur Discovery site just across the street over here in St. George, says they're making good progress thanks in part to a partnership with the city.
So it's about 200 million years, similar to the site across the street. Mostly what we're finding are fish fossils.
There's not really other sites of this age with the kinds of dinosaurs that we have in anywhere else in North America.
This dig project is part of the city's broader efforts to plan for growth alongside preservation of our archaeological and cultural resources.
Responsible growth is really trying.
Anywho, Yeah, so we've got 2 brand new articles about this right here. Mad dash for St. George dinosaur discoveries yields groundbreaking finds. There's a video with that. And this one you can listen to. Very cool. These St. George dinosaur diggers are in a race to save fossils from development. Let's take a look at this. And there's Hannah right there. We had Hannah on stream multiple times, and shoot, there's me in the background. That's me right there doing a live stream. Caught on camera. That's funny. Here's a link to this one right here. There you go. It's a race against time 200 million years in the making. And a patch of red dirt between a batch of St. George homes and a Taco Bell. I went to that Taco Bell multiple times. Wasn't bad. A couple dozen scientists and volunteers chip away at giant slabs of stone searching for signs of ancient life. This is some bougie fieldwork, paleontologist Jaleesa Buquit said with a laugh. Water is close at hand, the hospital is only 5 minutes away. This is luxurious. She's correct. It's walking distance from a Taco Bell. It's nuts, you know? What they don't have is the luxury of time. In early May, the city will turn this empty lot, conveniently across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, into an electrical substation. So the goal is to salvage as many fossils as possible before the deadline. Buquitz, the museum's deputy curator and collections manager, said there are plenty of reasons that the site demands their attention. It highlights the juxtaposition of St. George's status as both a hotbed for prehistoric relics and a rapidly growing boomtown. Yeah. This roughly 1 acre lot and everything else around it here used to be underwater roughly 200 million years ago. Parts of much of southwest Utah and northwest Arizona were covered by a shallow lake filled with fish and surrounded by large ferns and trees that thrived in a subtropical climate. It created a perfect recipe for fossil preservation. Imagine all these meat-eating dinosaurs hanging around the shores of this big lake, fishing and swimming and leaving all their really nice footprints in the mud, Buquid said, as she motioned toward the pale green rock layer that was the ancient lake bed. Scientists don't know too much about this particular area, she said, but they realize it's important. Its fossil record includes the extinction event that ended the Triassic period and the rise of dinosaurs during the Jurassic. So the remains lodged here might hold the key to discovering what life was like back then, maybe even help identify a new species. We're in the middle of updating exhibits and a lot of things at the museum that are obviously on hold because of this, Buquid said. And that's okay, because being outside and playing in the dirt is the best part of this job. It has created an urgent situation, though. Museum staff knew the city planned to build here someday, but they didn't realize just how soon until recently. It's hard to prepare for something when we don't fully know the timeline. That's kind of the crisis part, is getting people to come help. Because of the museum's small staff and budget, there was no way they could quarry the site by early May all on their own. So they put out a call to the community, and to their surprise, dozens have shown up to help. Some even brought heavy machinery. Ammon Bateman owns a local excavation company and got a text from his uncle about the museum's plea. He was happy to take a break from digging septic systems and water lines. Good change of pace from just working 24/7, he said, from the seat of his bright orange mini excavator. You get to dig up dinosaurs. Can't say you do that all the time. Well, I could say I do that all the time, but yeah. Another of the roughly 20 volunteers here, Hannah Pettyjohn, cracking open a grapefruit-sized rock with a hammer. She then scoured the exposed interior for reddish iron concretions, the telltale signs of something worth keeping. Alas, nothing, she said as she tossed the fossilless fragment into a pile behind her. But that's pretty normal. That's what makes finding something really new really exciting. She already had mined some notable discoveries, though, including fossilized poop, coprolite, and a dinosaur tooth. For her, the experience has unearthed a new layer of appreciation for her home. This is where I live. This is my backyard. So being able to find the history that used to be here is so important to me, Pettyjohn said. These kinds of fossils aren't all over the world, so the fact that we have them at all is really, really special. Nearby, volunteer and retired geologist Craig Morgan hasn't found anything too sizable yet, just some fish bones and scales, but it's enough to keep him going. Hang on, doesn't the word sizable have an E in it? Or 2 E's, rather? That looks odd. I could be wrong about that. Sorry, I nitpicked. You realize that, gee, no human in the world has ever seen this. And I'm the first one, he said, as he scraped flaky rock layers with a putty knife. It's wonderful discovery work. There he goes, and he's got, looks like a fish scale right there. Yeah. Just a couple weeks, the makeshift crew has already dug up around 200 specimens. That's well over 400 by now. And we'll get an updated count from Andrew when we call him in just a few minutes. Many of the pieces surprised even the scientists. There have been rare plant fossils, unusual tracks left by swimming dinosaurs, and a tooth that might belong to a yet unknown crocodile-like species. Probably exposed maybe half of the area, but we need to keep working, Buquid said. So we're at least going to double how many specimens we're collecting. Mini Pie, I don't want you there. You're gonna claw up my chair. You already put a bunch of scratches on it. That's not ideal. What are you doing? No, don't even try. Nope. Just gonna try and jump up onto the bookcase. And I don't want you to do that. That is not a spot for cats. You hear? You hear me? Hey, you listen to me. Knocking over my lights and everything. Mini Pie. All right, you hang out there. That's a good spot for you. There we go. That means they'll need a lot more volunteers to finish the job, and eventually they'll need someplace to store all the new finds, the largest of which weigh around 100 pounds. The museum doesn't have that kind of space currently, Buquid said. So many of the pieces are being kept outside its building. They'll figure out a more permanent solution later, perhaps with help from some of the money they're raising to support the dig. Then she'll embark on the painstaking journey of cataloging and preparing this sudden windfall of fossils. This is like the rest of my career, Buquid said. This is decades of work. For now, though, her team is focused on packing up all the finds as quickly as possible and savoring the chance to rescue this piece of Utah history before it's lost to time. Really lovely. I'm going to share this one to Blue Sky as well. Here we go. And thank you, everybody, for the reposts and the support and everything. Oh. Oh. Lenina and Fezzik, or cat there. Thanks for posting that in reply. There we go. Another excellent article on our emergency fossil dig in St. George, Utah. And who's that on the horizon? In the photo. There we go. In the foreground of that photo. But who's that on the horizon? In the background. Post. we go. Copy link. There is the link in there in the chat. Yeah. And blame me for that loss says, do they have an estimate of how much overburden needs to be removed to find everything? All of it. All of the overburden. That's why we've got this excavation equipment. Like, there's Ammon Bateman in that little excavator right there. Yeah, it's, I don't know, about half an acre at this point. So yeah, truckloads, absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. That's a lot. It's a lot. So there's that article right there. And now we've got this one too. Mad dash for St. George dinosaur discoveries yields groundbreaking finds. Good stuff. Let's take a look at the little video here.
I'm Chris Reed inside a lab in St. George. What goes on in here takes a lot of patience for those who work. That's because everything they're studying
and the scales are very
is hundreds of millions of years old.
Yep.
It's a race against the clock to uncover what's been here for so long.
I'm Hunter Carter. I'm the lab manager at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. I'm actually from Enterprise, a little tiny town about 50 miles north of here. That's my my dad's grocery store that he owns there. Yeah, it's the one grocery store in town there.
We first brought you this story a month ago about a site in the perfectly named Dinosaur Crossing. The city of St. George plans to build an electricity substation here. Before then, paleontologists from the museum west of the block are digging up and saving as much as they can.
We have to try and process this stuff a little faster than you usually would. There's a lot of significant stuff in the ground here, and we're just trying to, you know, get it out as safely as possible.
And it ends up here, inside this laboratory, just across the street.
There's one right there.
You just found one right now?
Yeah. You know, we've been finding some dinosaur teeth, but also we've been finding these tiny little freshwater shark teeth. This is a new species of shark. The big tooth is right here.
The tooth was found with beginner's luck. And because it's a new species, they get to name it.
I haven't thought about that. It'd probably be funny to name it something about electricity since we're doing this in the substation.
There are a few weeks left for these dinosaur hunters. They have until May. Who knows what else they might find before the clock runs out.
Yeah.
From St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, Chris Reed, Fox 13 News, Utah.
So I'm going to be heading there in about a week and a half, it looks like. On the... Well, about the 14th or 15th, I'll be heading out there. There we go. Right now on the calendar... I say I'm heading out on the 14th, but that might actually end up being the 15th. We'll see. But I'll be streaming as many days as I can from there before heading back here to the Bay Area. Yeah. Anywho, let's take a look at the actual article here. St. George, Utah. Inside a small lab in St. George, paleontologists and volunteers are racing against time. Every fossil they study dates back hundreds of millions of years, yet their time to recover them is limited. Among these leading the charge is Hunter Carter, lab manager at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. Carter, a native of Enterprise, Utah, has temporarily shut down the lab to focus on the urgent excavation across the street at a site known as Dinosaur Crossing. We actually call it the substation site, but yeah. I think the road that runs nearby is called Dinosaur Crossing, about a block and a half away. Yeah, so a lot of this is a transcription of some of the dialogue from the video, but this is cool. I really like that that Hunter got spotlight here. Lab manager Jaleesa is kind of the main character in the article that we just read. We had several with Andrew, and we had one with me. So it's really cool that it's like different news crews that go out are all looking for a slightly different angle. They're all talking to different people. It's not just the same thing over and over and over again. I like that. I like that a lot. And I like that they kind of highlight the the local pride aspect of it, you know? Yeah.
I'm actually from Enterprise, a little tiny town about 50 miles north of here. That's my my dad's grocery store that he owns there. Yeah, it's the one grocery store in town there.
Nice. Oh yeah, yeah. Good stuff. And here is a link to that article there. Yeah. And what is the word on the new deadline? I'm a bit unclear as to what it's pushed back to. Let's see if we can find out right now. What I'm going to do is, let's see if we can give Andrew Milner a call. Andrew is the curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, and he's lead on this whole project. Let's see if he's available. We'll give him a call. Might be busy right now. Would not be surprised.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll call him back in a bit. Yeah. He'll probably call us back, actually. But yeah, I want to get the latest scoop. He said he was going to take the day off yesterday. Going to head home. Hopefully get a shower, see his family, all that stuff. And thank you, Joan and Jan, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, for the past few weeks, past month really, I've been trying to gather as much attention as I can for this project here, this emergency fossil dig in St. George. And here's a little video that Claire put together.
Noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here.
There you go,
The point of these
Mayorspace, yeah.
broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
This is good work, Claire. Holy cow, I like this a lot.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moenavi right now. Pretty special
Moenavi
place.
formation.
This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like phytosaurs, things like Rauisuchians, Dicynodonts, those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the earth right here, right now, at this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is it's basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline environment around an enormous lake. We've got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water. Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city is...
And short moronic brontothere, what a great name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Decided that they're going to build an electrical
You're in the right
substation
place
on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
So I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this if you'd like to. Claire Bird did a lovely job editing this. I'll be heading back out there around the 14th or 15th. to continue helping to excavate at the site, catalog specimens, whatever they need me to do, and continue to garner support, get people excited about this, chronicle the ongoing excavation, all of that. One of the things that I want to do, actually, is I'd really like to make some visual aids. Whether I do my own illustrations or whether I just grab some off of Google Images or something. You know, have things like an illustration of a semi-anodid fish that I print out and laminate. And that and things like Chinlia or coelacanth. Stuff like that, so that I can have these little laminated sheets, maybe on a little binder ring, and I can just page through them, and so while I'm there on the site, I can show them to the camera and basically give people a sense for what we're talking about. Maybe I do another one with a little geological timescale, maybe one with kind of a map of ancient Lake Whitmore, stuff like that. These are things that I didn't have time for when I went out there the first time around. But I'd like to be able to do that this time, and then maybe I can leave that there with Andrew so that he can use it as a visual aid for new volunteers and stuff too. I think that would be neat. Yeah. And Zool says, did you ever get any links to your interview from the previous visit? Yeah, you bet, Zool. Yeah, and I posted it to Blue Sky here too. Here. Find that. Where was that? Here we go. There's a link there in the chat for you.
Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland.
About this whole project, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. An upcoming art stream of fish? Potentially Petrodactylus, potentially. Yeah. Someone was asking if I draw? Who was doing that? Freaky Feline was asking me that. Yes, indeed. Yeah. No, I do a lot of art. We might end up doing some 3D printing as well of some of these things. Like, for instance, in fact, I should probably get started on that sooner rather than later, huh? Maybe we'll even do that right now. Here, let's... unpin from quick access. There we go. And to quick access. There we are. So I think it was in Blender Sculpts. There we are. Coelacanth modified. Bingo. There we go. Our 3D slicing software should be opening up presently. Come on. There we go. Here it goes. But I don't think they have a physical model of a coelacanth there in the museum yet. So I was thinking I might print one and paint it if I have time. And then donate it to the museum there. I think that might be really neat. There we go. So there's a coelacanth right there. It'd be nice, actually, if I could slightly uncurve it. Try and do that in Blender, because it's a little... It's okay that it's turning around. That's fine, I guess. But anyway, coelacanth. How big could I reasonably make this thing? Let's go like that. Let's maybe slice it there. Oh boy, it's a big file. It's just taking a minute. There we are. I wonder if we could do it more halfway, actually. Let's undo that. This. Upper part. How big can we make this thing to print it in only 2 pieces? Let's see about that. About like that. That's not too bad. A little bit bigger and it starts to get too tall for the printer. Yeah, so that would be like this, which would mean that the whole thing would be about that long. That's not too shabby for a coelacanth, you know? It's much smaller than the animal in life. As big as they could get. But it's not the worst. Yeah, we might end up doing that. Let's see. How long would that take to print? Slicing the file right now to set it up for printing. And hey, Taffel, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you here. There we are. This is not going to be the highest resolution because I've got a pretty big print nozzle programmed in right now. 0.8 millimeters. So it's meant to print big things pretty quickly. But you do lose a great deal of detail. This is only 8 hours to print? Wow. Shoot, I might end up doing that. We might end up, might print a coelacanth. It might be really nice. Yeah. And they would have passed that size at some point in their lifespan? True, Mayorspace, true. Maybe not too long after they're born. Coelacanths give birth to live young. Pups, they're called. And, they're, I think, about this big when they're born. This is modern coelacanth, Latimeria chelumnae. Let's see, 8 hours. That's not that bad, actually. Let me check on something. I want to know how many spools of filament I have in the blue color. I have 1. So I can't print on both printers simultaneously. You know what? I'm gonna set this aside for now, and we'll think about doing that another time. Because I also want to make sure that the file itself isn't really ready for printing. And it wouldn't be very exciting viewing for me to do that live on stream. It can be kind of a tedious process. So anyhow. Yeah. But I'll see if I can do that. That'd be really nice to be able to make some deliveries to the museum, to be able to make some donations to the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. I think that would be cool. Anywho, yeah. Let's look at some fossil news, shall we? Did a Blue Sky post, we looked at some clips, we got St. George news. Still waiting on a call back from Andrew, if he's not too busy.
Awesome.
Hopefully he'll get back to us, so we can get an update from the site. from curator Andrew Milner here. But for right now, let's take a look at some fossil news here. We're talking about, well, it says in the title, dinosaur cancer. Some folks were asking, did dinosaurs get cancer? And the answer is yes. New paper just published today is a review of the evidence for cancer in dinosaurs. So we'll look at that in a minute. But first, the thing that immediately jumps to mind for me is this. This is from 2020. Dinosaur diagnosed with malignant cancer for the first time. Cancerous bone from 77 million years ago. This bone is the fibula of a Centrosaurus here. Centrosaurus is one of the dinosaurs we have the most examples of. Lots and lots and lots of specimens of this critter. What you're looking at here is a fibula with a huge cancerous growth on it. This is one of the shin bones. It should look pretty nondescript, pretty straight and thin. This one does not look like that. The yellow is that big cancerous growth there. Pretty nasty. This animal did not die from this wound, or from this malady. This dinosaur is from a massive bone bed. Here, we have a clip here.
All over the park, the life and death of the dinosaurs is engraved by the rivers here in the rock.
This is Dinosaur Provincial Park in Alberta, Canada.
Left this thick white stripe of sand on the darker mud of the plain, and floods leave more than sand behind. At the contact between sand and mud, paleontologists look for fossils, the debris of a flooding river.
There's Phil Curry there.
Phil Curry finds a little heap of broken bones, all that's left of a baby dinosaur.
And that dinosaur didn't die from its cancer? No.
Millions of years ago,
died
rivers
from this.
and flood swept up bones and living animals and carried them downstream. When the flood abated, they were deposited, often on a point bar where the flotsam of a river collects. Gathered over time, these bones became fossilized. Bone beds, the dismembered remains of hundreds of different animals, jumbled together by the river that brought them here.
One can easily see how the currents have affected the bone bed here, because the majority of the bones will align themselves parallel to the current that was running through the region 75 million years ago, or perpendicular to the current. And the best indicator we in fact have for direction of current are the vertebrae, because the vertebrae have a very heavy lower end and a light wing-like upper side that align themselves in the current such that they always point downstream.
Most bone beds are a random assembly of bones from animals that died elsewhere from a variety of causes.
Hey, Belinda, how you doing? Welcome,
they shed
welcome.
light on the ecology of the area, the different species of animals that live together here. But this particular bone bed is different.
This bone bed is about half the size of a football field, and since 1979 we've excavated less than 20% of it. Yet in that 20% we've discovered more than 50 individual specimens of an animal called Centrosaurus. This was a large horned dinosaur looking very much like a rhinoceros.
No, not that much like a rhinoceros.
In one bed, up to...
It would have looked a lot like Centrosaurus. Like this wonderful illustration of Centrosaurus right here. I like that one a lot. I would have liked to have made it a little bit more brightly colored. This is nice right here. But yeah, Centrosaurus.
300 animals of the same species.
Yep.
In such a large population, the variation in body and brain size can be studied, and the age distribution of the herd at the time of death can be established. This information helps to explain the mystery of how they got here. A great herd of centrosaurs lying together on a point bar in that long-lost delta.
This region would have looked very much like the southern part of the United States now, both climatically and environmentally. There were a large number of different sorts of...
Murph says, which way does the horn point in Centrosaurus? Some look forward, some up. Yeah, there's a lot of variation there. A lot of individuals will have different morphologies. And some of them, the horns point up and back. Some the horns point forward. Some the horns point straight up. Like, you've got a crazy amount of variation in these animals. It's interesting stuff. Oh, here's that. This is one of my favorite illustrations. That's only part of it. Come on, can you find the rest?
Ontogeny.
Here. This is such a cool illustration. And darn it, no. Anyway, the reason why I'm showing you this is that it's such a cool hair. I know it's on the cover of the, what is it, Baronsmeyer's Bone Beds book? Baronsmeyer's Bone Beds, there we go. So yeah, over here, this herd of Centrosaurus crossing this river as it's like overflowing its banks, and then they kind of morph into these skeletons in the ground, and here we have a paleontologist excavating them right here.
Ontogeny.
I love this illustration so much. I should actually see if Michael Skrupnik has a website. I'd love to order a print of this. It's one of my favorite pieces. The website coming soon. Please direct questions and inquiries to paleo artist Michael Skrupnik. paleopaint@dinosaursinart.com. Okay. I'd love to get a print of that. That's one of my favorite pieces. It's so cool. I love it so much. Yeah. Anywho, lots of variation in these animals. The whole point of me showing you these videos, though, let's find another one here real quick. Yeah.
The fertile wheat fields of Alberta, Canada, are scarred by a geological feature known as the Badlands.
Badlands, best lands.
Each layer are millions of years of dinosaur history. The region is a magnet to paleontologists like Philip Curry, assistant director of the Tyrrell Museum.
It was more than 100 years ago that the first dinosaur skeleton was discovered in this region. And very quickly, Alberta became well known as a place to go to collect good articulated dinosaur skeletons.
Yep.
And collect them they did. By the turn of the century, tons of specimens had been crated and shipped to museums. Since 1980, Curry and his team have excavated a single bone bed containing hundreds of dinosaurs, all of the same species.
Skin there.
The team is trying to reconstruct what happened.
The best interpretation we have right now is that a herd of Centrosaurus was traveling through this particular region 75 million years ago or so, and that these animals tried to cross a river in flood. Now, crossing a river in flood is normally not a problem for any animal as long as they're going as individuals. But as soon as they start moving in herds, and very large herds at that, then they start running into problems.
A herd of wildebeest in Africa is a chilling analogy. Crossing a river by the thousands, they often get tangled in confusion and panic.
Yep, and there's crocodiles in there too that are trying to eat them.
Many drown. The geology of the Alberta Badlands reveals this region was once the site of an ancient river. It is here that a herd of centrosaurs attempted a crossing.
Yep.
Like the wildebeest, some probably panicked, got in each other's way, and drowned. Their bodies washed downstream and collected on the riverbank.
Now we have evidence for what happened next because a lot of the bones in the centrosaur's bone bed are fractured like this. They have these nice spiral fractures on them.
Which is
Normally,
unusual.
You don't get this unless the bone is fresh, and this indicates that these animals were probably trampled. In addition to that, we found large numbers of theropod teeth, and in fact, it's the second most common type of animal in the bone bed. There was a tremendous variety of them. Carnivorous dinosaurs, like modern carnivorous mammals, probably were active carnivores most of the time. But when there was a readily available source of carcasses, they almost certainly turned into scavengers as well. And that's not unusual now as then. The best evidence, though, comes from the bone fragments themselves. And if you look at this one, for example, you can see where a tooth has gone across and sawn the edge of the bone.
Pretty cool.
And in fact, here we can even see little serrations, which are on the back of the tooth and the front of the tooth, which have sheared the flesh off the bone. And when we find tooth marks like these all over these bone fragments, and there's no question at all that these things have been eaten by these large carnivorous dinosaurs.
Yep. Pretty cool. Anyway, the whole point is, this was a river crossing gone awry. That's where this bone is from. This is a dinosaur that didn't die from cancer. It just happened to have a giant cancerous growth on its shin bone, and it died in a river crossing along with hundreds or potentially thousands of its compatriots. So this dinosaur had this enormous cancerous growth there on its tibia, and just kept going like it didn't matter. It happened to be killed during this river crossing, along with a bunch of its buddies. It wasn't the cancer that killed it. So it kind of goes to show just how resilient these animals would have been. Just how tough dinosaurs would be. Kind of wild to think about, you know? So I show you all this just to kind of set up our new article today. This was just published today, I believe. There we go. Preserving fossilized soft tissues, advancing proteomics, and unveiling the evolutionary history of cancer in dinosaurs. There's a link to this right here. Thankfully, it is open access. There we go. Yeah. No paywall at all there.
Access granted.
So I like that not just an abstract, they also have a simple summary here to give you a gist, give you the gist for what the paper is about before you actually read it. So, because this study explores how cancer in dinosaurs can offer insights into the evolutionary history of disease and life history strategies. By using paleoproteomics, so like the study of ancient soft tissues like proteins, to analyze preserved proteins and fossils, researchers are uncovering the molecular markers of disease in ancient species. The discovery of tumors, particularly in hadrosaurs, and the recent finding in Telmatosaurus transylvanicus, that's a duck-billed dinosaur, highlights the potential of studying cancer and extinct species. The integration of life history with advanced proteomic methods aims to reveal how evolutionary trade-offs influence cancer susceptibility and may uncover new mechanisms of cancer suppression. The research emphasizes the importance of preserving fossilized tissues and advancing proteomic techniques to understand the evolution of cancer and improve modern disease prevention. Really interesting stuff, and it kind of goes to a certain soapbox of mine in talking about the importance of paleontology. Sometimes you'll hear folks go, well, you know, fossil science, paleontology, dinosaurs, this stuff might be exciting, but, you know, it's not like it's gonna cure cancer or anything. And they might be wrong. For two different reasons. There's this, obviously, like studying cancer in ancient animals, being able to understand the evolution of cancer and the susceptibility of different groups of animals to cancers, helps us understand cancer on a deeper level, and that could potentially lead to further treatments or cures in the future. So there's that, but also, in an indirect kind of way, the people who study cancer and cancer treatment, medical doctors, geneticists, scientists, and other researchers who actually study like how cancer originates, how it spreads, stuff like that. These are people who went to school for a long time usually. They've kind of devoted their lives to the study of these topics. They weren't born interested in science. These are not people who emerged from the womb with an inherent, innate interest in solving these problems. They got into science somehow. There was something that happened usually early on in life that got them interested in asking questions, studying phenomena like this. And for, I think, a not insignificant proportion of those people, the thing that got them into science, the thing that got them into learning in the first place, was dinosaurs. This is a project that I would like to do over the next couple years, is get a representative sample of people in different knowledge fields. Medical doctors, engineers, philosophers, lawyers, librarians, scientists of all stripes. And to ask them, how many of you first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs? A lot of people who grew up to be scientists went through like a really intense dinosaur phase early on in life. Dinosaurs can be thought of as almost like a gateway drug into the sciences. They're often children's first introduction to the concept of science because dinosaurs are inherently very scientific creatures. We can't go outside and observe them today unless we're talking about avian dinosaurs, unless we're talking about birds. But if we're talking about non-bird dinosaurs, you can't understand dinosaurs without understanding science. The reason we know anything at all about dinosaurs that lived during the Mesozoic is because of science. It's because of concerted scientific work. Excavating those fossils, cleaning them, preparing them, studying them, publishing on them. These are all scientific processes. You can't go and see a Stegosaurus in the zoo. And if you want to understand Stegosaurus, if you're interested in that animal, that requires a certain kind of scientific mindset. You can't be enthused about dinosaurs and not be enthused about science. You know, they're inseparable. Dinosaurs are science to a certain, like, from a certain viewpoint. So anyway, that's a project I really want to do, and it's neat that, you know, while dinosaurs will never cure cancer, don't be so sure. Because what we as paleontologists are doing is helping to inspire the next generation of scientists and doctors and engineers and people in knowledge fields of all kinds. yeah. Let me catch up to chat here. Yeah. And Community Time says, my gateway science drug was astronomy. My parents got me a telescope and an astronomy handbook when I was like 6 or 7. Oh, very cool. But then I saw Jurassic Park when I was 13 and started out college as a geology major. Well, there you go. Community Time, yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Anecdotally, as a paleontologist, I hear stories all the time from other scientists like, oh, you're a paleontologist? You know, I'm a geologist, or I'm a geneticist, or I'm a hydrologist. I study earthquakes, or I study genetics, or whatever. But I first got into science through dinosaurs when I was a kid. I hear that all the time. All the time. And I want to have numbers on them. I want to be able to show that, hey, paleontology is a gateway drug into the sciences. It's a way to bring people into scientific thought. I want to have some actual numbers on them. Something quantitative. And there you go, Disco Fountain. Yeah. Yeah. And Grugelkin says, I went into geology because I wanted a job that would keep me outside, not in a cubicle or a lab. Oops. Are you in a cubicle or a lab right now? Not all geology is done outdoors, but, yeah, the kind that I do certainly is. Anywho, let's continue with this paper here. Let's look at the abstract. Understanding how life history strategies influence cancer susceptibility. So life history strategies is like, has to do with ontogeny, growth and development of an organism during its lifetime. How do different strategies, different ways of growing and developing, how does that influence susceptibility to cancer? Understanding how life history strategies influence cancer susceptibility in dinosaurs requires a molecular level analysis of preserved soft tissues. So when you get things like proteins in dinosaur bones, studying those can help us understand this. While previous research has focused largely on skeletal remains, the discovery of soft tissue structures in fossils, such as in Telmatosaurus, that duck-billed dinosaur from Romania, I think it's Romania, highlights the need for a new approach. Paleoproteomics offers a transformative opportunity to analyze ancient proteins, revealing the evolutionary trade-offs between growth, reproduction, and cancer suppression. This study argues that prioritizing fossil collection and soft tissue preservation is crucial, as future advances in molecular techniques will allow deeper insights into disease evolution. By integrating life history theory with paleontology, we can better understand the selective pressures that shaped cancer susceptibility in extinct species and identify potential mechanisms of tumor resistance. This commentary highlights the necessity of long-term fossil conservation efforts to support future breakthroughs in evolutionary biology and comparative oncology. Very cool. Very, very cool. So let's just go into the intro here, and then we'll skip forward into some of the more interesting parts of the paper as well. The study of ancient diseases provides a unique window into evolutionary biology, helping uncover the fundamental mechanisms of tumorigenesis. I'm presuming that tumorigenesis means like the formation and origin of tumors. And tumor suppression. However, our ability to answer these questions is limited by the availability of well-preserved fossils. As paleoproteomic techniques advance, studying fossilized soft tissues will become crucial for reconstructing ancient life history strategies and understanding disease evolution. By prioritizing the collection and analysis of fossils with preserved soft tissues, we can ensure that future technological advancements in proteomics will have sufficient material to analyze. The fossils excavated today will provide crucial material for future molecular analyses, enabling deeper investigations into ancient diseases and life history evolution, providing unprecedented insights into how extinct species regulated cancer susceptibility and evolved mechanisms for disease suppression. Very cool. So while DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, degrades rapidly over time, we don't have any DNA from Mesozoic dinosaurs. The stuff is just too fragile. It degrades too quickly. While we don't have that, proteins are much more stable and can persist for millions of years under favorable conditions. The identification of proteins in fossils provides critical information about an organism's phenotype, it's like its outward appearance, such as skin or feather pigmentation, and at an appropriate resolution, could potentially offer valuable clues about the mechanisms of ancient diseases. Cancer in the fossil record. There we go. Since the late 1990s, several instances of benign and malignant tumors have been documented in dinosaur fossils, such as hemangiomas, demoplastic fibromas, osteoblastomas, and metastatic cancer. These tumors have been particularly prevalent in the caudal vertebrae of Edmontosaurus, so in the tail of these big duck-billed dinosaurs, like this guy here, in the tails of duck-billed dinosaurs like this guy. Phytophagous dinosaur, plant-eating, that lived during the late Cretaceous. This increasing recognition of ancient cancer underscores the need for molecular approaches to further characterize these pathologies. One particularly remarkable case is the identification of a benign odontogenic tumor. Does that mean in the teeth? Yeah, in the jaw of a late Cretaceous non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroid dinosaur, Tilmatosaurus transylvanicus, from the Hateg Basin in Romania, which we have reanalyzed here. So really neat stuff. By looking at some of these samples under the microscope, they've got erythrocyte-like structures highlighting the surface topography. Don't know exactly what that is, but interesting stuff. A lot of this is going to sail over my head because I'm not a cancer researcher. So basically the point of this paper is like, where have we seen cancer in dinosaurs before, and how is it important? They're trying to get people excited about this idea and trying to emphasize how important it is. The study of ancient diseases through fossilized soft tissues offers an unprecedented opportunity to unravel the evolutionary history of cancer and its relationship with life history strategies. Dinosaurs, as long-lived, large-bodied organisms, present a compelling case for investigating how species managed cancer susceptibility and resistance over millions of years. The identification of tumors, such as the ameloblastoma in Tilmatosaurus, suggests that cancer was not an anomaly, but a recurring biological challenge in prehistoric ecosystems. Prioritizing fossil collection efforts and improving soft tissue analysis methodologies will ensure that future researchers have access to specimens suitable for cutting-edge molecular investigations. The fossils we study today may not immediately yield all of their secrets, but by preserving them under optimal conditions, we prepare for future breakthroughs that could reshape our understanding of cancer evolution. This is what I'm saying all the time. You know, like the fossil excavation that we're doing in St. George, we don't know how important those fossils are going to be. Some of them might end up in storage for years or decades before they actually get prepared and cleaned and studied. But years or decades from now, there might be new technologies available. There might be new techniques that have been developed for studying these things. That's why it's important to build a really robust collection of fossils from any given site, because you never know what you'll be able to do with those in the future. If you can save them from destruction now, if you can salvage those fossils and make sure that they're safely held in a museum, we'll be able to study them years from now, and future generations of scientists will be able to study them also. Who knows what they'll be able to do with those? Same goes for this. We need bigger sample sizes of fossils. We need to find more examples of cancer in dinosaurs in order to be able to study this kind of thing. Because who knows, if there ever is a cure for cancers discovered, one of the keys to finding that, it's conceivable, could come from studying cancer in the fossil record. If we can understand where cancer comes from and why, that could be the little burst of inspiration, the key to unlocking that mystery of how do we treat this sort of thing nowadays. Who knows? That's the thing about science, is you never know what you're going to discover. That's why basic, not just applied research, but basic, simple, that's weird, let's look into it kinds of research, you never know where they're going to lead. Incredibly important to do that kind of work. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway. And Fable Foxweaver, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Tumorigenesis, also known as oncogenesis or carcinogenesis. It's the process by which normal cells transform into cancer cells. Yeah. And who knows? Like, I'm completely spitballing here. I'm not a cancer researcher, but maybe understanding how cancer formed in dinosaurs' bodies could be the key to understanding how to fight it today. If there's some key difference between how it formed in dinosaurs and how it forms in placental mammals like us, maybe that'll provide really useful information on how to prevent it in the first place. I don't know. You don't know what you don't know, you know? And Charlie's Dragon says, milkmaids don't get smallpox. That's weird. Let's look into it. Boom! Vaccines. Or inoculation, at least. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Or, for instance, for a slightly goofier example, there.
By now, it's likely you've heard of Ozempic.
Ozempic's being used by the rich and famous.
The diabetes medication which has been making headlines for weight loss. But perhaps a lesser-known fact is that Ozempic has ties to Canada. And, well, if you can believe it, a lizard. Yep, that lizard. A Gila monster, which is a venomous reptile native to the southern U.S.
I did basic science. I really had no idea where this would lead.
In the 1980s, Canadian researcher Dr. Daniel Drucker discovered a hormone in the human gut.
And it was a very powerful stimulator of insulin secretion. And very importantly, it only stimulated insulin secretion when the glucose was elevated.
He and many other scientists were trying to figure out how to turn it into a diabetes drug. The problem was that manufactured samples dissolve too quickly. But Drucker had heard about a lizard down south whose venom had a similar hormone with more staying power.
That almost sounds like a lyric from a Zydeco song or something. You'd heard about a lizard down south.
Was that manufactured samples dissolve too quickly. But Drucker had heard about a lizard down south.
Can't you just hear that? Heard about a lizard down south with awesome venom in his mouth. There you go, Sibley. Yeah. Anywho, you get the idea. Yeah.
Whose venom had a similar hormone with
Elevated.
He and many other scientists were trying to figure out how to turn it into a diabetes drug. The problem was that manufactured samples dissolve too quickly. but Drucker had heard about a lizard down south whose venom had a similar hormone with more staying power.
Can't not hear it
In
now.
the 1990s, there was no gene banks. You couldn't look stuff up online. You actually had to clone stuff, and in order to do that, we had to get lizard DNA.
The Royal Ontario Museum gave that
Yeah, the ROM. Here we go. I've got several colleagues who graduated from here. They had their graduate programs, got their PhDs under Dave Evans at the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto.
job to Bob Murphy.
We arranged for the purchase of the lizard and its shipment as airline cargo to Toronto, Pearson. I picked it up.
It paid off. Decades later, the medical community is taking the discovery to new heights. Not only is this technology being used to make Ozempic, treatments for Alzheimer's, addiction, and heart disease are also in the works.
The reality is that this is a very strong network of scientists communicating and working together.
Proving that breakthroughs can happen just about anywhere.
It's having a huge clinical impact globally, which is just great to see as a physician.
Catherine Ward, Global News, Toronto.
So again, what did he say at the beginning? Like, here we are just doing basic research.
You can believe it, a lizard. Yep, that lizard, a Gila monster, which is a venomous reptile native to the southern U.S.
I did basic science. I really had no idea where this would lead.
That's so common. Like when you're starting some science, you have no idea what's going to result from that. But that's the thing, is that typically speaking, every dollar that's poured into scientific research, whether it's through government funding or much more rarely through like private funding, private R&D, it yields dividends. I've heard estimates before that for every $1 that's spent on scientific funding, you're adding like $10 to the US economy. Which is partly why it's so incredibly frustrating that we have these billionaire oligarchs right now who are cutting science funding in the US federal government, firing scientists left and right. It's like they're trying to tank the economy. It's like they're trying to make us all poorer and more miserable. And honestly, maybe they are. Maybe that is the intention. It's certainly working. It's certainly what they're doing. But anyway, I'm not going to talk too much about that right now, because it's... really interesting stuff here. Studying cancer in dinosaurs. Who knows what could result from this? Who knows what we could learn? Who knows what kinds of understanding we can glean from this that might lead to future human happiness and well-being. Anyhow, Kilnuke wants to know, did dinosaurs have the ability to inject venom? Not that we know of, no. There was a high-profile case years ago about Sinornithosaurus. This little feathery carnivorous dinosaur here, related to Velociraptor. This is from the early Cretaceous of China, if memory serves, the Yixian Formation G-hole biota. And it was proposed to have been venomous at one point in a paper by Dave Burnham et al. Yeah. But yeah. The supposed venom grooves in the teeth of Sinornithosaurus do not stand up to scrutiny either. So the idea was that there's these grooves in the teeth of the animal, and like, oh, those almost look like venom grooves. But it turns out that the teeth, if I recall correctly, had kind of fallen out of the jaw, partially, like, as the animal was decaying, the teeth are kind of dislodging from the jaw, and that's why they seem really elongate, and yeah. they turn out not to be venom grooves at all. So we've got no evidence that any non-avian dinosaurs were venomous at this point. And no evidence that any avian dinosaurs are venomous either. Birds today are living dinosaurs. There are no venomous birds that I'm aware of. And I don't think ornithologists are aware of any venomous birds either. There's a few birds that are mildly poisonous. But poisonous is different from venomous. Venomous implies envenomation. You're injecting venom. Poison is just like, if you get poisoned, it's because you consumed something and then you get sick or you die. There are a few birds that have diets that make them poisonous. So like if you eat those birds, or if you lick them, or if you touch them, it might be bad for you. But yeah, Tiberia Matt says toxic birds are real but rare. Yeah. Yeah, was it the Pitohui? Yeah. There. The California Academy of Sciences. It's from 15 years ago, so the quality's probably not going to be great.
Student in the field, taking birds out of the nets. These pitahuis are J-sized birds with very strong, sharp beaks and big claws, and they can easily scratch your hands. And when I was taking them out of the nets as a graduate student, they scratched my hands and really hurt. So the first thing I did was I popped my finger in my mouth and licked my cut, ran off to the next net, and then my mouth began to tingle and burn. And until it happened a second time to one of our other researchers, we didn't realize what happened, but then we put our stories together and we started to suspect that actually the toxins came from the birds and not something else that we'd been touching. And when we went to ask the local folks about it, they said, oh yeah, those birds are poisonous and you shouldn't be touching those. And so back when I was a graduate student,
always listen to the locals. They know what they're talking about most of the time.
We started working on these birds, and we teamed up with folks at the National Institutes of Health. And after a couple years of research, we were able to isolate and identify the compound that's responsible for the toxicity. And this is it here. It's called batrachotoxin. It's in a family of compounds known as batrachotoxins, and they're steroidal alkaloid neurotoxins. And they're steroidal because they have this steroid-like base. They're alkaloidal because they have this basic nitrogen that's contained in a ring structure that gives it the properties of an alkaloid. And it's a neurotoxin because it binds to voltage-gated sodium channels in such a way that when the channel is activated and opened, it holds it in the open conformation. And what this does is it prevents the cell from being able to pump the sodium to one side of the cell and reestablish the ionic potential that's needed for that cell firing. And so basically this incapacitates nerve and muscle membranes, and exactly what caused the numbing and tingling sensation that we felt. But in higher dosage, it can actually cause paralysis and death. And this has been known. Gram for gram, the batrachotoxins are among the most toxic natural substances known, more toxic than curare or strychnine. And in everything that's been studied, basically, to date, with the exception of one species that I'll talk about, they all seem to be sensitive to the toxins, and they seem to be poisoned by the toxins. So basically, everything with a central nerve system that uses voltage-gated sodium channels is poisoned by these compounds. Now, batrachotoxin means frog poison, and so these toxins were previously known and identified, especially in the Phylobates, poison dart frogs from Central and South America. This is Phylobates terribilis, the most toxic of all. And of the 170 to 200 species of poison dart frogs that have been described in the world, only 3 species have actually been used for poisoning dart tips. And those are the Phylobates frogs, and they contain exactly the same poisons as our pitahui birds in New Guinea. Not similar, but exactly the same. And in fact, in the year 2000...
So why do you think, chat, why would you have that same toxin in a frog and in a bird? Why do you think? Any guesses here? Seems like a crazy coincidence, right? Chemically identical toxins. On poison dart frog and in the bird. Because the frog eats the birds, says Perez. We'll see. Same ancestors, you could say. No, not in this case. Yeah. Well, well, well. Why would that be?
Along with our colleagues from National Institutes of Health, we described several new toxins that we found only from the birds, and when they went back to the old frog poisons, they were able to find some of those same poisons in the frogs as well. So it appears as though they're using exactly the same poisons as these Phyllobates frogs.
Oh, and we don't have an answer there. Okay. Was it the hooded pituhui? There we go. Yeah. Toxicity. Let's see. The poisonous pituhuis, including the hooded pituhui, are not thought to create the toxic compound themselves, but instead sequester them from their diet. The extent of the toxin varies in both the pituhuis across their range and also across the range of the unrelated blue-capped ifrit, another New Guinean bird found with toxic skin and feathers. Both of these facts suggest the toxins are obtained from the diet. One possible source has been identified in the forests of New Guinea. Beetles of the genus Corysine, family Meliridae, which contain the toxin and have been found in the stomach of the hooded pituhui. An alternative explanation that the birds and beetles both get the toxin from a third source is considered unlikely, as the blue-capped ifrit is almost exclusively insectivorous. So it's likely that the frogs and these birds...
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Thank you, Asterix.
That's it.
98. Appreciate the follow. It's likely that both the birds and the frogs are eating the same beetles, and that's how they acquire those toxins and sequester them in their bodies and maybe use them for defense, which is really cool. So yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. They drink at the same bars. Yeah. They both have the same dealers in that neighborhood. Yeah. The Beatles Geek Store. That's where they're getting those toxins from. It's, yeah. From the Beatles. And Patrick Crusader says it's similar with flamingos, right? They eat toxin and it goes to their feathers. So it's not toxins, it's the, what are they, carotenoids? The pigment that gives them their pink or red hue. That comes from their prey. They eat crustaceans there in the water. But yeah, it's a similar thing where they're taking that and they're sequestering it. So it's like, it's bioaccumulating in their bodies. So you're saying it's the beetle juice that's giving it its toxic power? Basically, Deathsaurus, yeah. Yeah. And Marson Crab 123, thank you.
Fossils, because
Prime.
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
I really appreciate that. Marson Crab, thank you very, very much for that first-time subscription. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Enjoy being able to use those emotes. Like these, and these, and these, and these. I think they're a lot of fun. Appreciate you, Marson Crab. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, pretty neat stuff. Pretty neat stuff. Oh, look. Here on Blue Sky, Hannah has replied to this. Yeah, because that's her in the... I posted this earlier on stream. There's her in the photo for the headline. She says, oh man, thanks so much for linking this here. There's probably someone pretty cool hanging back there. That's what I was joking about. There's me in the background. Right there, doing a stream. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at another piece of fossil news here. In fact, you know, I forgot to run our fossil news video stinger. So let's do that. Let's continue with fossil news here. All right, our next story on Fossil News. 7 million-year-old footprints, no. 167-million-year-old footprints of giant dinosaurs found on the Isle of Skye. The Isle of Skye is way up north in the British Isles. I think it might be part of Scotland, strictly speaking. Yeah. Paleontologists have discovered 131 tracks of large theropods and sauropods in the Middle Jurassic Kilmallock Formation at Prince Charles's Point, situated on the northwest coast of Skye's Trotternish Peninsula. So, Isle of Skye. Yeah. So there are the British Isles there. There's Great Britain. And there's the Isle of Skye highlighted in orange, just to kind of orient you here. And Tech Priest Engineer says Isle of Skye is part of Scotland. I'd argue one of the most beautiful places in the world. I hear it's very rainy and cold there. But I've heard good things. I've heard it's beautiful. And it's becoming a hotbed for interesting fossils. In the rocks of the Isle of Skye, dinosaur footprints are abundant, providing insights into dinosaur distribution and behavior during an important time in their evolution. The newly discovered footprints were left on the rippled sands of an ancient subtropical lagoon, dating back to the Middle Jurassic period, which is really important because the Middle Jurassic is fairly mysterious. We do not have a whole lot of fossils, especially of dinosaurs from the Middle Jurassic. It's almost a blank spot on the map. And Mustache Mike. Thank you for the 8 months of support. Appreciate the prime there, Mustache Mike. Thank you. Appreciate you. Good stuff. So the footprints range from 25 to 60 centimeters long. For uncouth Americans like myself, let me show you my meter stick. 25 centimeters is this long right here. So that's 25 centimeters. 60 goes out to here. Those are pretty long.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Grugelkin, thank you. The Prime, I appreciate that very much. Welcome to the community. Thanks for the support. I really appreciate that. Just pay the bills. I'm grateful. Thank you. 25 to 60 centimeters long, these footprints are, and come in 2 varieties. Oh, Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that, Hogan. We got a hype train going. Beautiful. So those footprints come in 2 varieties. 3-toed tracks left by bipedal carnivorous theropods, probably not too different from Eubrontes, and rounder, tire-sized tracks made by quadrupedal, long-necked sauropods. Sauropods, of course, are the largest animals to ever walk our Earth. The sauropods we're talking about here might be similar to like Euhelopus. This used to be Middle Jurassic. It may have been redated to Late Jurassic now. Euhelopidae. Maybe Cetiosaurus would be a good example as well. Yeah, Cetiosaurus. Is that Middle Jurassic or is it later? Yeah, Middle Jurassic. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, excellent. Look at me remembering my European dinosaurs here from the Middle Jurassic. So it's something probably similar to Cetiosaurus. It's leaving the big round footprints. Based on comparisons with previous fossil finds, the most likely track makers are identified as large theropods similar to Megalosaurus. We've got a lovely Megalosaurus right here.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek. I appreciate those 100 bits. Good stuff. Here, Sloppy Salamander, didn't you send me this? This Megalosaurus model right here? This is not actual size. They're significantly bigger than this. But it is beautiful. Love this model here. Megalosaurus was the first dinosaur ever scientifically described. And those three-toed prints, yeah, could have very well come from Megalosaurus, or more likely a relative. Yeah. Very cool. Very, very cool. Oh, and early branching members of the Neosauropod group similar to Cetiosaurus. There we go. I promise I didn't read this before going over it on the stream today. Both of which are known from skeletal remains in the UK. Yeah, Megalosaurus and Cetiosaurus. According to the paleontologists, many of these footprints occur together in sequential steps. The longest of these trackways are over 12 meters, among the longest examples known from the Isle of Skye. The spacing and orientation of these trackways represents slow walking gaits with no consistent direction or interaction with each other, most likely left by dinosaurs casually milling about at slightly different times. The site at Prince Charles's Point supports previous evidence that Jurassic sauropods frequented Scottish lagoons. However, this site contains a higher proportion of theropod tracks than similar localities. Some more of these two-legged meat-eaters, possibly indicating some environmental difference between these ancient lagoons. The site also lacks footprints from other dinosaurs, such as stegosaurs or ornithopods. But whether these animals were truly absent in this environment, or simply didn't leave footprints at the site remains unclear. And Jerez, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs there. Look at this modern theropod, this Tinamou bird. Super excited about that gift there. Phenomenal, Jerez. Really appreciate that. Look how excited. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Jerez. Appreciate you. There's 10 chatters who won't have to worry one whit about ads for the next 30 days, thanks to your generosity. I appreciate you, Jerez. Thank you for helping keep me here online. I don't know if we'll make our sub goal for the week. This is our last stream of the week. We're at 49 out of 230. We'll see. Blaze King, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Good stuff. So the footprints at Prince Charles's Point provide fascinating insight into the behaviors and environmental distributions of meat-eating theropods and plant-eating long-necked sauropods during an important time in their evolution, said University of Edinburgh paleontologist Owen Blakesley and colleagues. Thank you, Murph, for those 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that, Murph. Holy moly. Thank you, Murph. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Murph. 5 chatters, no ads, plus emotes, 1 month. That's a lot, Murph. Appreciate you. On Skye, these dinosaurs clearly preferred shallowly submerged lagoonal environments over subaerially exposed mudflats. But they liked hanging out in shallow water. That's what they're saying there. Intriguingly, the site also had some historical significance as a place on Skye where Bonnie Prince Charlie landed and hid during his flight across Scotland following the Battle of Culloden. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's fascinating. Very cool. And here is the paper. This is open access. No paywall here. Here is a link for you there in the chat.
Access granted.
Good stuff. Although globally scarce, Middle Jurassic dinosaur tracks are known from the Isle of Skye, Scotland, that help indicate the paleo-environmental preferences and behavior of major dinosaur clades. So again, this is like what I was talking about with Paul Olson. In St. George just a few days ago. Here he is
one of the most dramatic kinds of transitions we can see in all of Earth history. And in this particular
Here he is in When Dinosaurs Roamed America.
The boundary between the Triassic down here and the Jurassic up here.
Some dinosaurs developed protective armors to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Thank you, thank you. 45 months of support there at Tier 2. Resubscribed for 6 months? Did you just do a 6-month resubscription right there, Jerez? If so, holy cow. Really appreciate that, Jerez. Thank you kindly. That's fantastic.
These layers, especially this white layer and this little black layer, which is a coal, extend for miles around in this area.
So there's Paul Olson there in the 2001 documentary When Dinosaurs Roamed America. And here he is on our Twitch channel. Just a few days, just a short while ago.
Of evidence of the behavior of the animals. But in addition,
is this such an important site?
This wonderful site is so important because there's basically a whole ecosystem preserved. Not just, they're wonderful dinosaur footprints.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, there are other reptile footprints, there's some possible mammal footprints, there's lots of evidence of the behavior of the animals, but there are also lower parts of the ecosystem. Fish, there are plants here. It's really a wonderful snapshot, a beautiful window into the early Jurassic period, just when dinosaurs were taking over.
Right, yeah. So I know you've worked on some stuff kind of...
Petrodactylus.
Cause the fierce Ophidiodontian began the dinosaur dynasty.
Petrodactylus, I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for your support, Petrodactylus. You didn't have to do that. Thank you kindly. 5 more chatters will get an ad-free viewing experience for the next month. Thanks to you, Petrodactylus. Including in just a couple more weeks when I head back out there to St. George. They won't have to worry about the paleontology getting interrupted by adverts. Thank you, Petrodactylus. I appreciate you. Holy cow. Your birthday is this weekend. Happy early birthday.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with your iguanodon.
And Niffler, thank you for those 100 bits. We are swiftly approaching a level 5 hype train here with 4 minutes left. Let's see if we can get there. Yeah, good stuff. And Geeks Tour says, I love how talkative most of these folks are whom you interview. A short question or comment, and they go off with an answer. Off on a tangent. It's like they're just waiting to spew knowledge to whoever will listen. That's what drives us as scientists. We're passionate about what we do, you know? We certainly didn't get into science to get rich, because there's no way to do it. We do this because we love it. We do this because we find it utterly fascinating, and we want to share it with whoever will listen. That's literally what I'm doing right here, right now on Twitch. You know, that's why I'm broadcasting to you live from my office. Because I think this stuff is incredibly interesting and important, and I want to share it with all of you. Same with Paul Olson. You know, this is what he loves.
Along the eastern seaboard, Connecticut River Valley and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so that's where I got my start actually as a middle school student.
Oh, really?
In a small quarry that was for clean fill for highways, and there turned out to be dinosaur footprints really close in age to this.
Nice,
in
okay.
fact, maybe even indistinguishable in age. So,
really?
I mean, at the less than 1 million year scale. That close. And so there are the same kinds of footprints, Brontes, and Amoebus, the ornithischian dinosaurs. So
right, yeah.
They were there, and that's where I got hooked on paleontology, as a kid. So I had a wagon tied to my bicycle that I would, go the couple miles to the quarry and would find dinosaur footprints. And my friend Tony and I found hundreds and hundreds of them. And in fact, because of those discoveries, within a few years, the site was donated to the Essex County Park Commission and became a park.
Right, yeah.
Not dissimilar to what's happened here. Unfortunately, since that time, which was 1971, some time ago, there's been no development. But that's okay. The rocks are still there, the footprints are still there, and it could be developed in the future. And in fact, this kind of museum is a fantastic model for seeing that kind of stuff in place. It's really a wonderful exhibit in that way. And
so that's one of the reasons why Paulson came out to visit the site, is that I bet you he's thinking about, how can I learn some lessons from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum? How do we bring this same kind of concept back to the East Coast? Back to, what did he say, was it Massachusetts? If this big project, this fossil salvage operation, this emergency excavation, if that's a success, and it helps the museum in St. George thrive, Paul can turn around and he can talk to some folks there on the East Coast and say, hey, look at what they've got going on in Utah. We can do the same thing here. Thank you, Neffler.
The opportunity to experience digs vicariously through you and other paleontologists opens experiences I'd never achieve otherwise.
Thank you for saying that, Neffler. That means a lot to me. Thank you for the 100 bits, and I'm sorry the first part of your message got stepped on. The TTS there. I really need to switch away from stream elements. Neffler said, these streams are invaluable for someone like me. I'm down to one working limb, having broken my hand. I'm so sorry to hear that. The opportunity to experience digs vicariously through you and other paleontologists opens experiences I'd never achieve otherwise. That's beautiful, Neffler. And I'm honored and humbled. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for giving me the opportunity, through your support, to make this kind of thing available for everybody. Appreciate you, definitely. That's what I'm trying to do here. And thank you for helping make that possible. Good stuff. I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot. Like, how can we make these broadcasts not beneficial to just the viewers, but also other paleontologists and other museums across the country and around the world? That's what I want to be able to do. And the ability to help in St. George, it's been such a privilege. And who knows how far that's going to go? Who knows what an impact that will have? Like, if this is a big success there at St. George, that could provide a model for stuff on the East Coast too. Maybe that undeveloped site that Paul was talking about there could end up getting developed and turned into a museum.
But that's okay. The rocks are still there, the footprints are still there, and it could be developed in the future. And in fact, this kind of museum is a fantastic model for seeing that kind of stuff in place.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a wonderful exhibit in that way. And having all this extra material that's being found, these other parts of the ecosystem, it's really kind of a different world than the kinds of terrestrial communities that we're used to.
Really cool stuff. Again, here's a link to that that video there. Yeah. Anyhow. So we got onto this whole thing because of fossil footprints and why they're important. Fossil bones and teeth and other body parts are wonderful, and that's mostly what I study. But fossil footprints can provide us information that those other things can't, at least not in the same way. If we're trying to figure out how a dinosaur actually walked, even a complete skeleton can only take you so far. And if we have actual physical evidence of them walking around, if we have their trackways, then that's phenomenal, you know? You can learn so much from that. So they talk about that here in the abstract. Here we report an extensive new track site from Sky. 131 in situ dinosaur tracks at Prince Charles's Point in the Trotternish Peninsula. Very cool. The presence of sequential Manus and Pez sauropod tracks, so hands and footprints, amends their previous identification by geologists as fish resting burrows. So no, those are not fish burrows, those are sauropod footprints, raising the potential that other such structures locally and globally may in fact be dinosaur tracks. That emphasizes the predominant occurrence of sauropods in lagoonal paleoenvironments in the Great Estuarine Group. Interesting. Very cool stuff. So there's the track site there, right on the coast. This is probably one of those areas where they really have to be careful of the tides. Kind of like Filippo was telling us yesterday about his work in Portugal. Similar kind of idea. Yeah, westward facing beach. I'm sure this is a lot colder though. Up in Scotland. Nice, we've got different stratigraphic horizons right here. Sediment thin sections across track-bearing beds. Lots of tiny little ostracod fossils.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Such meow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Prince Charles's Point is a tidal platform. It can only be accessed at low tide. What was I telling you about the tides? Yeah. Seaweed and limpets had to be carefully removed from, in, and around the tracks, while seawater was sponged out of concave epirelief tracks. Trackways are regarded as sequences with more than 3 tracks, or equal to 3 tracks, with track associations featured 2 consecutive tracks. Okay. So they're doing some photogrammetry, taking a bunch of photos to make digital models of this, and I wonder if those models are going to be available in the supplementary data. They might be. Yeah, so here they've got kind of a schema for how they measured these different tracks. Very cool. For theropods and sauropods alike. Nice. Some different equations there for figuring out like the speed at which these animals are moving. Very cool. Trackside summary. Excuse me. First time I've listened to my name read like that, Lamau. It says a such e meow. Do you have a preferred pronunciation? Hogan says, did you mention Scotland? Of course I did. We're talking about the Isle of Skye here. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool. I would not be shocked if there's already like videos about this from the site that they made to accompany the press release. We'll see. We'll do a quick search. See if we can find that. But yeah, got some big old theropod tracks there. These are even bigger than some of the ones we have in St. George. Which makes sense. It's tens of millions of years later. Yeah, pretty neat. Very cool. Like an elevation, almost heat map. Those footprints look like. Cool stuff. Really neat. Really neat. It's a long paper too. We're not even halfway through yet. This is comprehensive. Very cool stuff. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Let's see if there we go.
We end tonight on the Isle of Skye off the northwest coast of Scotland. As you might imagine, it has rugged hills, fishing villages, and medieval castles. But as Jonathan Vigliotti shows us, it's also a hotbed of dinosaur discovery.
Hundreds of millions of years have weathered Scotland's remote Isle of Skye, and the prehistoric secrets that are buried in its wrinkles have attracted a caravan of time travelers.
This is spectacular.
American paleontologist Steve Brusatte invited us on his research team's quest.
You never really know what you're going to find.
Brusatte has traveled to some of the world's most extreme landscapes.
I think Scotland is one of the most exciting new frontiers for dinosaurs. And there's still a lot of fossils to find here. And they're important fossils.
Important because they come from the middle part of the Jurassic period, of which little is known, a time when dinosaurs evolved from the size of house cats into the monsters brought to life by Hollywood. In this real-life Jurassic Park, Brusatte is in pursuit of what could be stegosaur bones.
It's over here, Doogie.
The discovery trapped in a boulder.
You can see the texture there. It has the grain of bone and it has that porous honeycomb type of texture.
Believe it or not, these orange markings are prehistoric bones preserved in sandstone. Paleontology is a lot like detective work.
Detectives put people behind bars. What's your end game here?
We put fossils in museums, so people can see them, people can enjoy them, people can get inspired by them.
In the past 15 years, Brusatte has helped identify 15 new species of dinosaur.
About 170 million years ago, this would have been a watering hole. And today, you can literally walk in the footsteps of these dinosaurs. These prints here, believed to belong to the Brontosaurus.
Brusatte's team discovered...
Not Brontosaurus. It's from a sauropod. Maybe similar to Cetiosaurus, but...
Covered around 50 dinosaur prints in this one location.
You had this dinosaur, this jeep-sized plant-eating dinosaur, literally stepping right here.
Brusatte believes everything from long-necked sauropods to pterodactyls roam this part of Earth until an asteroid likely wiped them out.
I think the lesson for us is that the Earth is really old. The Earth changes a lot. And sometimes the species that are the best adapted for a certain climate or environment, if something changes, they can go extinct. And if it could happen to the dinosaurs that were around for 150-some million years, could that also happen to us?
Oh, yeah. Odds are very good that we'll go extinct in the next couple centuries if things continue the way they're going. Like, oh boy. Buckle up, you know?
A journey to the past may help us see into the future. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News on the Isle of Skye.
There you go.
That's
cool
the
stuff.
CBS Weekend News for this.
Yeah. Here's a link to that video right there. pushing for it right now. I know, right? Helvetica. The U.S. government is just like mashing the extinction button right now. We'll see. Yeah. But that's the thing, is that I really like that Steve Bersati said that. Like, these are, dinosaurs as a group are critters that roamed our planet for about 180 million years. They ruled the Earth for like 150, give or take, million years. And they disappeared, except for a handful of bird species. Because of an asteroid impact. If it happened to them, it could happen to us. And it might. It's a warning against hubris, in a way. And it's a clarion call to study the world around us so that we can better understand it, and we can protect ourselves against changing conditions, and we can prevent ourselves from destroying ourselves. Yeah. Anywho. Extinction speedrun, let's go, says Petrodactylus. Count me in. I don't want it to, Anyhow. Speedrunning extinction, and not just for ourselves, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anyhow. Demon Prince says, to be honest, I think the argument, it is important to research XY, is overused. No doubt it is important, but the argument feels like evading. I'd much more prefer scientists of all disciplines to state clearer reasons. As long as we are invested in our fields, we should be able to argue better, I think. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Demon Prince. State clearer reasons? I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about the importance of really basic scientific research. This was a little bit earlier in today's stream. But you never know what will result from studying all kinds of different things. We were talking earlier about how the study of Gila monster venom resulted in the invention of Ozempic. You never know what basic scientific research will yield. You never know what will result from that, because science is about pushing the frontiers of human knowledge. You never know what you're going to discover. You might have a guess, you might have an inkling, but you can't let research be driven only by saying, well, we're hoping that this will help cure this one disease, or we're hoping it will lead to a cleaner fuel source and will provide dividends for shareholders or something. Because you'll miss out on so many different discoveries if you only focus on the stuff that you think is super practical. Because some of the most important discoveries, the most important innovations, inventions, advancements in medicine and human well-being, and that's resulted from stuff that things you would never expect. It's important to fund all science as much as we can, because that's what drives society forward. That's what helps us live longer, happier, healthier, more fulfilling lives. Science is one of the most basic parts of human flourishing in our modern age. If you're cutting science funding, you're actively trying to make people more miserable, more ignorant, less healthy, less fulfilled. That's the long and short of it, And to be clear, that even before this current presidential administration, science funding was already at kind of an all-time low in this country. And It was shameful before, and now it's appalling. It really is. Like, the people in charge hate us. They do not want us to live happy, long, fulfilling, healthy lives. Clearly, based on what they're doing. You know, talk is cheap. Actions are what matters. And the actions that they're conducting speak volumes. Anywho. Anyhow. Oh, and I totally agree with you there, Demon Prince. Yeah, this is why I feel like science communication is way too underappreciated. Some scientists can't find the right words to show the importance of their work. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that academia kind of, in a lot of ways, actively trains scientists to be bad at public speaking, to be bad at communicating their ideas to a general public. The way that things are structured in academia, the metrics for success are usually number of publications and number of grants, and like the amount of grant funding that you get. Those are the markers of success in academia for the most part. Communicating your ideas to the public, getting people interested, excited about science outside of academia, that sort of thing is not generally what helps a scientist in her career. Those are things that are heavily de-emphasized in, I would say, most academic departments throughout the United States and frankly throughout the world. And it's a problem. It is a problem. Yeah. Anyhow. Geeks Tour says this is why we need paleontologizing and folks like him help bring the message from those folks who maybe struggle with the communication. Yeah, because it's, you know, I'm not trying to fault different scientists and academics for being, you know, for not being the most skilled in outreach and in communication. That's not what they were taught to do. In many cases, they've been actively discouraged from that. You remember Balint from Science Streams? He's told this story numerous times, but he had an academic advisor, or somebody in his department who had authority over him in some sense, who told him that only failed scientists do outreach. You shouldn't be wasting your time talking to the general public. You should be solely focusing on research and publishing your findings, and the public, they can take a hike. That was basically the idea, is that, you know, real scientists don't actually talk to people and get them excited about their work. And, like, what an incredibly misguided viewpoint. And Balint rightfully was disgusted by this. He can tell you about it. Ask him about it on his channel if we raid in at the end of today's stream. Petrodactyl says, huh? I know, right? But that is a very, very common attitude within academia. It's incredibly naive. Stupid, I would say. It's just plain dumb. But when your entire world revolves around grant funding and around kind of bureaucratic backbiting, it just creates these poisonous attitudes like that. You know? Yeah. And how are you supposed to get people to fund research if you can't get them excited for it like that? Good question, Petrodactylus. Good question. Yeah. And Helvetica Scenario says Balint was actually told if he kept doing outreach, this person would actively discourage people from hiring him. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that there's a... I'm trying to find you a good introduction to this concept, the Sagan effect. And I'm having difficulty finding something that is not paywalled here. Let's see if I open this in Firefox, if that one extension will help me get through the paywall. Stop it. No, I'm not trying to make you my default browser. Stop that. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's a short summary of what the Sagan effect is. The Sagan effect is a hypothesis that states that the popularity of a scientist among the general public is inversely proportional to his scientific accomplishment. Could be hers. Or theirs. That is, a scientist who spends too much time and too much effort making science popular among the masses is believed to be one whose scientific work is not the best. Oh, hang on. We'll get back to this in a bit, maybe. Anyway, just know that that is unsupported by the evidence. Generator Frajdi, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? Holy cow. Give me just a second. There we go. Let's translate that to Polish.
Witajcie, Raiders. Nazywam się Dany Anduza I jestem paleontologiem.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch.
Some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Generator Frajdi. Is that how I say it?
No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
How are you doing, everybody? Holy moly, and thank you for all those follows. Holy cow.
You're smart. What are you doing?
I really appreciate that.
Do a research on that, Oliver.
Yeah. Here.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
There we go.
Odkopuję dinozaury, badam je I opowiadam o nich na moim kanale.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of our
I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I dig up dinosaurs during the summers.
Hey, can I just get us in?
And just a couple weeks ago, I was in St. George, Utah.
There have never been more dinosaurs.
Holy cow, thank you for all the follows. And Sculpin, thank you for those gift subs, Sculpin. Good stuff. My goodness. I appreciate that tremendously, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. And look at this lovely Tinamou bird here. Birds are living dinosaurs, as we'll talk about later on in today's broadcast. And this bird is very excited for Sculpin's generosity. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Sculpin. I appreciate that. Thank you for all of these follows. This is awesome.
Hey, can I just get us in? Living dinosaur.
Yes,
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And IMAX says, do you have anything to say about the recent Spinosaurus drama?
They were finding
fossils. Oh, that drama is overblown. I don't know. I work on Spinosaurids. That's one of my groups that I study. I'll be publishing on them pretty soon here.
An iguanodon.
And yeah, I don't know. The thing that we need most with Spinosaurids is more fossils to better understand that whole group. And did dinosaurs have molars? No. God. No molars on dinosaurs. Molars are a very mammal-y. Only mammals have molars. Some dinosaurs did chew their food, but with different kinds of teeth. And let me make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly, as close as I can get to it.
Generator Fragedy.
Generator Fragedy in
Mark
English.
Melbourne is getting serious with those.
Mark Melbourne, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's hear it in Polish. Thank you, Mark Melbourne. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for that support.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday.
Tradoon.
I gotta try and remember that. One more time.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday. Anyway, we had a question about molars in dinosaurs, and I'll use that as an opportunity to... There we go. Show you this little clip. So, some dinosaurs, like your duck-billed dinosaurs and your iguanodontian dinosaurs, they did actually chew their food. But it was in a very different way than mammals chew our food. We've got molars that, you know, basically just kind of mash food like this. These plant-eating dinosaurs, their teeth almost worked like scissors or shears. Take a look at this. Oh, so what you're looking at here, this might be a little bit confusing. There, I'll grab a 3D print so it'll be less confusing. Hang on just a second. This is the skull of Tethys hadros, which is a duck-billed dinosaur from Italy.
Planet.
There we go. Tethys hadros.
And more to discover.
Yeah, so these are dinosaurs that use their beaks for cropping plants like this, and then they chewed their food. So they've got this whole battery of teeth in here. These guys had the most teeth of any dinosaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs in general. Some of them could have had maybe over 1,000 teeth at any one time. And so what you're looking at in this video is a head-on view. So basically, picture like taking an imaginary saw and then cutting right here, so you can get a cross-section view. That's what we're looking at right here. Does that make sense? So these guys had a very different way of chewing than we have as mammals.
Modern-day plant eaters chew plant food by moving their lower jaw in a circular grinding motion. However, dinosaurs were probably like reptiles of today, which can only clamp their jaws
I'm here
up
to
and
applaud
down.
the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And Zloiek, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
So how did they chew plant fibers? Some had an ingenious method of chewing.
Yep.
As their jaws closed, the upper teeth struck the lower teeth at an angle, sliding the upper jaw outwards in a grinding motion.
So their jaws had some kinetic motion right there. It would flex like this. Kinesis. Pretty cool stuff. So this would have been a really efficient way of chewing.
Nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
So what you're seeing right there, those are multiple teeth. So each one of these is a different tooth. And the teeth, like, they almost come up like a conveyor belt. So, like, over the course of months or years, they would go through a whole bunch of different teeth, a lot like sharks, continuously replacing their teeth all the time.
A dinosaur? What?
And Miriba, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Jaski Eric, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah. So, pretty cool. Really efficient way of processing food. So that's the iguanodontian dinosaurs did this. Critters like, we were talking about this guy yesterday. Iguanodon bernisartensis from Belgium. Carl KJ says, my brother grinds his teeth at night too. Might he secretly be a dinosaur? Not likely. Unless he's a bird, then he is a dinosaur. Is your brother a bird? Here's Iguanodon. These guys chewed their food as well as the duck-billed dinosaurs, hadrosaurs. Yeah, like these guys. Known from North America, Asia, and now, shoot, we've got some from North Africa now as well. We've got them from... Do we have proper hadrosaurs from Europe? I guess we hadrosauroids from Europe. And South America now, too. From all over the place, these duck-billed dinosaurs. During the latter part of the Age of Dinosaurs, these guys were everywhere. Very successful animals, and the ability to chew their food like that probably helped them eat all kinds of different plant matter. Yeah. But yeah, and Carl KJ, you were asking about whether your brother could be a dinosaur. I know you're being facetious, you're joking around right here, but if you don't mind, I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce a really important concept that might be new to some folks here. If we're trying to figure out what is a dinosaur and what isn't, this is a really handy chart for that.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
Koza Kuska, thank you for the follow. The way that we as scientists classify living things, the way that we figure out who's more closely related to whom, it's not just based on how critters look or what their vibes are. Thank you, Parkour Peter, for the follow. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry, based on what they evolved from. A long time ago, before people understood evolution, before they realized that creatures change over time, they just kind of would lump different critters together because, well, basically based on vibes, you know? That's how we thought that whales were a kind of fish. And that maybe beavers are a kind of fish too, because beavers also swim in the water. Stuff like that. Now we recognize that whales and beavers are a kind of mammal. They feed their young with milk. They're generally warm-blooded. They give birth to live young. You know, these are features that unite them. But the reason they have those features is because they come from a common ancestor. Once we started to realize, as scientists, that creatures change over time, that species don't stay the same, but they evolve, and they give rise to new species, suddenly everything clicked. Everything started to make sense. And now the way that we classify living things is based on their ancestry. So in order to be a dinosaur, you have to fulfill just one requirement to be a dinosaur. And that requirement is... You want to know what that requirement is? You have to have evolved from the first dinosaur.
Tradoon.
No, not Tradoon, Martha. Troodon is not the first dinosaur. Something similar to maybe Eoraptor, right here. The earliest dinosaur fossils that we have are from the early Triassic period, or from the, excuse me, maybe the middle Triassic, more likely upper Triassic, anyway. They're from the Triassic period, that's the important part. And so in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur. Everything that descends from that is a dinosaur, including our birds up here. This is why a bird is a dinosaur, but a crocodile is not a dinosaur. Crocodiles are related to dinosaurs. They share a common ancestor with the dinosaurs. Probably about close to 260 million years ago, something like that. But crocodiles did not evolve from the first dinosaur, and so they are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Same with turtles and lizards and snakes and Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs are not dinosaurs. All of these guys are from different branches on the reptile family tree. And mammals, like you and me, you gotta go back even further to get to our common ancestor with dinosaurs. Way, way, way before the first dinosaurs. It was about 320 million years ago that the reptile branch and the mammal branch split. And so we as mammals are kind of nowhere close to dinosaurs on the Tree of Life. Or on the amnio Tree of Life, at least. Oh yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. A carrot sandwich says something that blew my mind recently was learning we have dinosaur fossils from Antarctica. Yeah, and we've got more and more. I think there's about 6 or 7 different dinosaur genera, different dinosaur species, essentially, that have been named from Antarctica. The first one was Cryolophosaurus back in the 90s. Find one of my favorite illustrations of Cryolophosaurus right here by William Stout. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. But yeah, this dinosaur here has only been found in Antarctica. Antarctica was not a frozen continent back then. It was warm, almost tropical. There were crocodiles and ferns and mosses and stuff like that at the time. Yeah, this is kind of like what early Jurassic Antarctica would have looked like, more or less. Yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? How are things? She just went to the veterinarian yesterday, and yeah, she's been very energetic lately. Haven't you been? Yeah, you can see where she got shaved right above her tail, too. Yeah, my goodness. Oh, there you go. And Poofa says, oh, hang on. Carrot Sandwich, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Poofa says, hey, so not exactly strictly a dinosaur question, but take all kinds of questions here. Since the polar regions had tropical climate, how did plant and animal life cope with polar days and nights there? Ooh, good question. So, we have evidence that some of these plants were just dormant for large parts of the year. Because at the poles, you can get daylight 24 hours a day during certain times of the year. For instance, at the North Pole, during boreal summer, Northern Hemisphere summer, you get, 24-hour sunlight. And then in winter, you get 24-hour darkness during certain times of summer and winter. And so plants and animals there would have had to have different strategies to cope with this. Either by kind of going dormant for large parts of the year, and then just trying to grow as quickly as possible during the 24-hour daylight parts. Some creatures may have actually migrated out of those super high latitude areas. Some dinosaurs may have actually hibernated, potentially. We've got a clip of that here. Let me find that. From Prehistoric Planet. Antarctopelta. There we go. Yeah, I think that should do it. So these are some ankylosaurs, some armored dinosaurs from Antarctica.
These three are young Antarctopelta, small plant-eating dinosaurs. They're also one of this world's most heavily armored animals. Even so, youngsters are safer together.
And so they're going to try and squeeze into a burrow here.
The plants on which they depend stop growing for months on end.
Yep. Again, this is Antarctica that we're seeing here in the late Cretaceous. Mini pie, knocking stuff off my desk.
As winter approaches, sheltering together this winter den.
Are you... She's hitting the arrow keys, which are skipping the video around, I think.
Approaches, these juveniles spend more time resting. Sheltering together conserves heat and therefore energy.
So these are presumably warm-blooded animals.
With powerful front limbs, they can enlarge this winter den. But each time they return, they've grown a little bigger. Their den seems a little smaller. And the brotherly bond starts to wear a little thin. For every growing animal, this is a vulnerable time. A time when they need to separate and each take its first tentative steps to find a territory of its own. Herds of hadrosaurs are once again on the move.
So hadrosaurs may have actually migrated out of this area. Yeah. I think they... I'm not sure if we've actually done histology on critters like Antarctopelta, cutting open the bones to look at the growth rings to see what times of the year they're growing and what times they're not, but I'm guessing that some work there led to this rather speculative depiction of them like hibernating in a burrow for part of the year. If the interior structure of their bones shows that they just stopped growing for a big part of the year, that would imply that maybe they're hibernating, you know?
It's a search that many will not survive, leaving others to endure the freezing polar winter. A good territory must have a place in which to shelter. A cave, perhaps. Even in the coldest months, the temperature in most caves hardly varies. But he is not the first to be attracted by this one.
And Mirror, do all bones have growth rings or just dinosaurs have that? I don't know if all bones do. There are certain bones in the skeleton that don't preserve the growth rings very well. But in dinosaurs, certain bones are better than others. Your long limb bones, especially like a tibia, is generally going to be better than, I don't know, a bone in your skull or even a rib or something like that. Here, to help explain this idea, I'll show you a clip with a colleague of mine, Holly Woodward.
Paleontologist, Dr. Holly Woodward.
Talking about this. Here we go. Here's Randy Ermis introducing her.
Paleontologist version of heaven.
Kazashi, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Convince a museum curator to do this.
It's gotten actually easier over the years.
Yeah, so how do you convince a curator at a museum to let you cut open the fossil bones?
Site, Facebook, or YouTube. So keep those questions coming. So something that maybe you mentioned briefly, but you sort of talked about is, if I understand correctly, you're actually cutting into these precious dinosaur bones.
Yep.
So how do you convince a museum curator to do this?
It's gotten actually easier over the years, and I'm so glad to say that. But I actually have some props because
Awesome.
I was wondering if someone was going to be concerned that I was actually cutting a bone. So this is a Maiasaura, a duckbill dinosaur humerus. And so one of my graduate students is trying to figure out how
upper arm bone.
forearm of Maiasaura was growing. So he's done some histology on this. And the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone, you can make a mold and cast of that piece, which replicates the original in every way, every detail, and then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone. More recently, we have even more high-tech options like 3D scanning, which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record.
Thank you, Hydrasky, for the follow.
Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece.
So again, to kind of reiterate what Holly said right there, you got to cut a section of the bone out of the middle, and then you can take that piece and you can make a replica of it, so that the original piece will be partially destroyed through this process, but you've got a replica of that piece, and you can just stick that replica back in the middle, glue it, paint it, and it looks like nothing ever happened.
So you can see how it looks really nice, just continuous.
Glue is cheap.
And the only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there, but otherwise it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch for why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone. And I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia, only one polar dinosaur from Australia had ever been histologically sectioned before, and I increased that sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample. And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a prop here of, this is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex, the tibia.
I think it's from the Jane
all
specimen.
the brown is bone, and it started out as a block. So I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin, and then I take a thin slice out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Then you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through.
You look at it
You
under
put
the
it
microscope.
on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone.
So this is how we can study whether a particular dinosaur was young or old when it died, how quickly it was growing. You know, you might be able to see signs of disease in the bone. In some rare cases, you can tell if the dinosaur was female, potentially, if it was about to lay eggs. Histology is incredibly important because we now understand that, I'm saying this for the benefit of any new folks who are watching, we now understand that a lot of different dinosaurs changed a tremendous amount as they grow and mature. So throughout their lifetimes, it's almost like they're shape-shifting as they grow from a small juvenile into an adult. Like with Triceratops here, the horns change really dramatically as the animal matures.
Ontogeny.
We call this ontogenetic change, changes during ontogeny. Ontogeny is like the life history of the individual animal.
Ontogeny.
And so there used to be like 20 different species of Triceratops that we thought we had. And it turns out nearly all of those are just different growth stages of the same animal. These animals change so much that they look almost like different species at different stages of growth. So that's why histology is so important. You've got to cut those bones open, figure out how old that individual specimen was when it died, and then you can avoid getting fooled by going, oh, look, we've got a new species of Triceratops and it's incredibly small. How weird is that? Look how weird the horns are. It's like, no, that's a juvenile. It's small and weird because it's not full grown yet. Yeah. So anyway, that's the sort of thing I talk about here all the time. We even have some sound commands for that. Ontogeny. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, mini pie. Here, I've got to pay my landlord here before she gets too upset. She's already pushing the camera around. Mini Pie.
Ontogeny.
Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, does that smell good? Oh. There we go. Look at those. How delightful is that? My goodness. Yeah. This is the 4th time I've given you treats on today's stream, Mini Pie. I think those drugs that the veterinarian gave you are giving you the munchies. Yeah. Does she have molars? She does. Yeah. So mammals, the mammals that have teeth anyway, have molars. You won't find teeth in certain mammals, like, I don't know, for instance, blue whales or other baleen whales. They don't have molars anymore. They've evolved away from that. They got rid of them. Their ancestors got rid of them a long time ago. But yeah, most mammals do have molars. No dinosaurs did, though. Molars are a mammal thing. The ancestor of modern mammals had molars. Most modern mammals, at least. And that's where mammals today get them from. It's an evolutionary hand-me-down. It's inherited from those ancestors. Dinosaurs didn't have that. So no dinosaurs had molars. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Anywho, we've got a bunch of cool new people here. I think it might be a good opportunity to play a quick little welcome video to introduce some of the new folks to the channel. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, who is sneaking up behind me right now. So yeah, he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what paleontologizing is all about, how I ended up here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, thank you again so much for the raid. Generator Frasdia? I might have to do the translate thing again. Anyway, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And hang on just a moment. Previously Recorded, Danny. Take it away. Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his wing, a discouraging world, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you so much, even more, to Generator Thursday. There. Now, watch out, Mini Pie.
Generator Friday.
Mini Pie, you are being so obnoxious right now.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday. There we go. Anywho. Yeah. During that previously recorded Danny video, Mini Pie climbed on top of my bookcase and she's knocking stuff over and she's just being a terror right now. Anyway. Yeah, Mini Pie, you are... There. Let's get the brush out and let's brush her a little bit. That might calm her down. Or it might enrage her. Let's see. Let's do a little experiment here. Let's see. Hey, look. We got a brush for you. Oh. How's that? You like that? She is not normally this rambunctious, this wild. But she just got back from the veterinarian yesterday, and she's been on some drugs. Huh, Mini Pie? You were high as a kite yesterday. Yeah, you were. And now you're just ravenous, just trying to eat all these treats and stuff. And you're just hyperactive. What's going on with you? Huh? That tail, she's like ready to fight. Look right here where she got shaved on her arm. She could have an IV. Huh. What are you looking for right now? What are you doing? Huh? Poop. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. You're just gonna hang out here on the desk? I mean, you are my landlord. It's not like I can tell you to leave. Anywho, we had another piece of fossil news to go over. Which might be a little bit difficult right now, given that somebody's occupying the desk. Look at this. Hey, you like Scientific American? I'm subscribed to Scientific American, and if anybody here is interested in science in general, if you want to keep up to date on what's new and exciting in a myriad of different scientific fields, this is not a paid sponsorship or anything. I like Scientific American. It's a good way to keep yourself apprised of what's going on in different scientific fields. As a paleontologist who specializes in dinosaurs, I'm not really... I don't hear through friends and colleagues what's going on in physics or chemistry or even ecology or the social sciences. I just don't really hear about that stuff through my colleagues, the people that I know, the people that I talk with. If I want to be informed about what's going on in other scientific fields, this is a good way to do that. But here we've actually got an article on dinosaurs by Michael Habib. He gave a talk about this and related stuff at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting back in November. But there we go. Extremely metal dinosaurs. That's the little teaser headline on the cover of the April 2025 Scientific American here. And there we go. We'll read the first little bit, and then I'll show you a video with Michael Habib. In the pantheon of dinosaur royalty, sauropods, the big long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, may have been the biggest and tyrannosaurs the deadliest, but the ceratopsians, ankylosaurs, and stegosaurs were the most metal dinosaurs of all. With their horns and spikes, body plates, and tail clubs, these horned and armored dinosaurs have long captured popular imagination. Dinosaurs like Triceratops, for instance, and dinosaurs like the stegosaurs and the ankylosaurs. This article has to deal a lot with armor and spikes and plates and keratin. Here, I'll find you a clip. There we go. Of Michael Habib talking about this stuff. Okay, interesting. Not seeing it there. Here we go. We've watched this on stream before, but there's Michael Habib there.
Seamus, let's see this armor.
Is meeting with physicist Seamus Blackley to test a replica that estimates Borealopelta's armor.
So this is the rear haunch of the nodosaur that we talked about. We laid down some ribs, some silicon connective tissue.
So this would be from this dinosaur, Borealopelta, just to give you a sense for what this animal would look like in life. Something like that. Armored dinosaur, not particularly large, but armor all over its body. It's pretty low slung, pretty well protected against attack. And it's so well preserved that we can even tell what colors it was because of preserved melanosomes, these like color cells. Pretty neat stuff. Anywho, that allows us to create detailed models of what the animal might look like. Get out of there. Minnie Pie's drinking out of my water cup. Minnie, you are a menace. You're a menace. My goodness. Here.
Then on top of it, we developed a polymer that we cast into these scales to have the right level of hardness and the right mechanical properties to match what we think was actually on the animal.
Oh, that's perfect. And the bone that you included?
It's cast so that it has the same fracture characteristics as bone.
But you didn't just build the perfect armor, though. I know you've also built the perfect predator.
When you see the predator, you might be a little bit worried for nodosaur. All right, Mike, let me introduce you to our Acrocanthosaurus. This is Kathy.
Oh, what a beast. Hello, Kathy.
Mike, this is as near as we can produce to a mechanically accurate, force-accurate Acrocanthosaurus head. She has 48 teeth made out of a special porcelain that we slip cast and then fired so that it would have the same strength and fragility, we think, as the teeth of this animal. And gosh, it's terrifying.
It really is. I'm really curious to see how Borealopelta's armor is going to hold up under a bite from Acrocanthosaurus.
Yeah, this is wild.
Go look at the angle, Mike. Do you like that relative to the mouth?
Yeah.
They set up to simulate a bite on Borealopelta's haunch.
Bite force on Acrocanthosaurus was thousands of pounds per square inch, but when you look at what it's up against, this is a very tough armor. This is going to be highly destructive, I think, one way or the other.
All right. Okay, can you hold it there?
Yep.
Watson?
We're ready.
All right, we're go.
Firing on. Homing.
They almost need the, like on a nuclear submarine, you, the captain and the first officer, they both put their keys in and turn it. Activate the Acrocanthosaurus bite.
3, 2, 1, fire.
Yowza.
Nodosaur did really well.
Well, it lost osteoderms.
Osteoderms are the armor plates.
Broke those off. That's a sustainable loss. The keratin, it can regrow.
Are we bleeding at this point?
I mean, there'd be some bleeding. Let's give it another bite. See what happens if she took a second bite.
All right. Watson.
3, 2, 1, fire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. That's now just a fountain of blood. You can see the ribs. They're the ribs.
Yep.
This is the connective material on the ribs. That's a rib right there, right? And it's, oh my God, Michael, the rib is shattered.
Shattered. Oh, it sure is. Look at that.
So you can see why these animals would have this kind of armor.
Oh, that's just brutal.
God. Oh, that's just awful. I'm a physicist, not a physician, but that looked like a tremendous amount of organ damage right there.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with both our critters, to be honest. Boreal pelta held up a little better than I might have expected, but it really also, I think, tells us that if Boreal pelta was attacked by an acrocanthosaur, you would see evidence of that.
That's really fun to watch, I have to say.
Based on our bite
Wild.
tests, it's highly unlikely that a Boreal pelta would sustain a major bite from a big predator and not show any signs.
Oof. Yeah. Wild. Here's a link to that video right there. Let's try and cite my sources. Now, this article here in Scientific American was written by Michael Habib, and I got kind of a preview of some of this stuff at this past year's Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Here we go. So there's Borealopelta right there. There's the animal's head. Reduce the glare here. Eye socket, nostril, there's the front of the snout. Gladiators of the Mesozoic is the title. Analyses of the armor and weaponry of extraordinarily well-preserved dinosaur fossils could help settle a long-standing debate over their function. So one of the things that you got to understand about dinosaur armor, dinosaur horns, stuff like that, is that we've got the bony cores of these things today, but that's not the whole thing. It's just the bony core. I'll show you a Stegosaurus spike. Hang on just a minute. I've got that over here. So this right here is the tail spike of a Stegosaurus. This is a 3D print. I need to repaint this. But, yeah. So, pretty big, right? That's, this is not a small critter. Like, that spike is pretty darn long. This is at the end of the tail. Here's a good Stegosaurus depiction right here. This one a lot. Adult Stegosaurus and baby there. Stegosaurus. This is not life-size, obviously. But those spikes on the end of the tail, we presume were used for defense against predators. And we do have some direct evidence of that. Wounds in dinosaurs like Allosaurus, where it seems like, you know, something pierced through bits of their skeleton. You just have a big wound in the side of the animal, or like something pierced through the bone. Almost certainly a Stegosaurus spike. Not a small critter, not a small implement. I mean, picture this just going like that. But in life, it would have been significantly longer. This is just the bony core, right? So in life, this would have been covered with a sheath of keratin. The same kind of substance that your fingernails are made out of. And that keratinous sheath would have made that tail spike significantly longer and sharper. So whether we're talking about like a ceratopsian horn, the bone right there is in black and the keratin sheath is in that teal color. Same with the stegosaur plate or an armor plate from an ankylosaur like Borealopelta. So one of the cool things that Michael Habib was talking about during his presentation at SVP was that by carefully studying Borealopelta, looking at that specimen, that's this critter right here, Borealopelta, and looking at the exquisitely well-preserved armor plates, the osteoderms, they were able to figure out what's going on in terms of how those armor plates are constructed. And you have this really interesting kind of interweaving of bone and keratin. They kind of like meld into one another. They're sort of interwoven in a way that would make them far stronger than either substance separately. I think we've probably got something in here. I haven't actually read this through yet, but let's see if we can find one of those sound bites. Oh, wrong button. Armored dinosaurs. There's Borealopelta right there. This is how we now understand these animals would have looked with more complete skeletons. We used to depict them like this. Old-timey notosaur interpretations show them like this. Now we realize much more spiky and much more active-looking animals, too. Kind of picture them running around. Yeah. Paleontologists have long debated the function of dinosaur armor. Did it serve as protection against predators, weaponry for combat with members of their own kind, sexual display, or some combination of these roles? The new discoveries may tip the scales. If the armor of Borealopelta was tougher than it needed to be for predator defense, then perhaps protection against meat-eating dinosaurs looking for a meal was of secondary function to this feature. In that case, what was the armor's primary function? We can look to those living animals with elaborate bony keratin weaponry for insights. Anywho, yeah. Some of the stuff I disagree with, like the interspecies combat thing. Intraspecies, rather. Shoot, I was looking for that part where he talks about the incredible strength of these armor plates. Yeah. Here we go. To understand the extraordinary implications of having armor made largely of keratin, we must look at the material properties of keratin. Key to this discussion are the material's strength and its toughness. If we have any structural engineers or like material scientists in the chat, they'll know all about this. Strength is the resistance of a material to being broken by being deformed. If you have a rod of a given material and it's difficult to snap that rod in half, then that material is strong. Toughness, in contrast, is the measure of a material's ability to absorb energy. If you hit a chunk of a material very hard and it survives, then it's tough. If it breaks when it's struck, then it's brittle. There are trade-offs between these two properties. Materials that are very strong are often comparatively brittle. Take glass, for example. It's quite strong, but even a light impact can cause it to shatter. The fragility of glass is a result of low toughness, not low strength. When viewed this way, keratin is a special biological material. Unlike bone, which is very strong but brittle, keratin is only moderately strong but extremely tough. It makes for ultra-resilient weaponry and armor. Consider the keratin quills of African porcupines, which can mortally wound lions foolish enough to attack one. So I'll show you an African porcupine. There we go. So these are critters that, yeah, lions should steer clear. There are many lions that die every year because they get into a fight with a porcupine and they get a face full of quills. And those quills don't pull out. They can only go further and further in, basically, because of all the little tiny barbules on the quills. And so they just keep going in and in and in until they get into the sinuses and then into the brain. Yeah. Anyhow. Bone can break when subjected to the high bite force of lions, but the keratin quills on a porcupine soak up the energy from the bite and retain enough of their shape to function as lethal spears that the porcupine can drive deep into the attacker's face and jaws. Even more relevant to the discussion of armored dinosaurs are the horns of living antelope, sheep, and goats. Bighorn sheep ram one another with hefty cranial appendages made not solely of bone, but of thick keratin built around a bony core. What we're talking about here are bighorn sheep. So these guys, the males will line up sometimes tens of meters apart, and then they'll run at full tilt at each other, and they'll crack their heads together like this. And it's those horns that make it possible to do this and not die. It's pretty crazy. So that's another example of keratin. That's the horn covering over the bone underneath. Those two together, you've got an excellent kind of combination of strength and toughness. Strength from the bone, toughness from the keratin. This is not even like the most... These guys are like not even trying here. They're just kind of playing around. But yeah, it gets really crazy when you've got two rival males who really want to mess each other up. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, bighorn sheep ram one another with heavy cranial appendages made not solely out of bone, but of thick keratin built around a bony core. The overall physical properties of the horns of these great mammalian jousters arise from the pairing of the tough outer keratin and the stronger but more brittle bony core. The combination marries the best of both worlds. The tough keratin sheath can absorb a lot of energy, and the strong, stiff core resists bending and breaking. The structure of the horns of living antelope also means that the contact surface is inert. Damage to keratin does not cause pain or bleeding, in the same way that you can cut your fingernails with nail clippers, and you're not going ouch, ouch, ouch every time. You don't have nerve endings in the keratin. It's inert. You can think of it as like dead cells, kind of. It's an oversimplification. In contrast, bone is a living tissue with substantial blood supply and nerve endings. Having exposed bone as armor is dicey. Damage to it can lead to hemorrhaging or debilitating pain. So dinosaurs like Borealopelta, these armored dinosaurs, or dinosaurs like ceratopsians with their horns, pachycephalosaurs with their domes on their heads. These are all structures that are made of bone, but they would be covered by keratin in life and would have made them so much stronger, more resilient, more durable. If that's the business end of the animal, you know, they could take a lot of force and keep on going. I remember during the SVP talk, Michael Habib was talking about how they were trying to estimate how strong these, like the keratin-covered armor of ankylosaurs would have been. And it was something like, he's talking about a ridiculously big American pickup truck. He's like, yeah, you could hit this thing with a Ford F-350 going 60 miles an hour, and it wouldn't break it. Just nuts. I'm wondering if that's in here anywhere. Might not be. Yeah. That might not be published yet, actually. Forget I said it. But, yeah, interesting stuff. These are, I don't know, sometimes the ornithischian dinosaurs, so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs like these guys, sometimes they don't get as much attention or love as the big sauropods or big toothy theropods. But they are incredibly cool and interesting and absolutely worthy of study. Just really neat animals. Anyhow, so check that out. If you see the latest edition of Scientific American, this month's issue, consider picking it up if you want to read that article. Good stuff by Michael Habib. I love that they actually get researchers who do active work in the field that they're an expert in to write these articles. I think it's pretty cool when you get a scientist who's good at writing for a popular audience and you can get them to write in your popular science magazine. I think that's really cool. Anyhow, yeah. Is the opposite of the business end of the animal the charity end of the animal? Sure, Fall Machine, yeah. Giving back to the community through the cloaca, yes. We can call that the charity end. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Amir Miribah. Thank you so much for being here. I stream 4 days a week when I'm here in my office. Monday through Thursday, around this time. Usually starting 4 hours earlier than I am right now. But when I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs, I usually stream 7 days a week if I can. I'll show you a clip from that. Back to this past summer in our VODs. There we go. A real-life dinosaur dig. Allowing you to ask questions and get your answers in real time. Just trying to walk you through this whole thing, show you how it works, you know? It's a principle of mine. I try and show rather than tell, if it's possible. And that's exactly what I'm doing here. So don't be shy with your questions, whether it's about dinosaurs, which is my personal area of expertise. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up out here. Or whether you've got questions pertaining to broader topics, you know? The history of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, or the very philosophy of science. If you've got questions about any of that stuff, don't hesitate to ask. It's the whole point of these broadcasts, you know? It's what makes this different, and in my opinion, better than something like a YouTube video, you know? It's that live interactivity. Makes this pretty special. Anyhow, so yeah. When I'm out in the field, we're digging up fossils live and answering questions and all that good stuff. Velociraptor or something, but just to like look at embryo development in emus, since they're larger than chickens, and maybe some of those things would be clearer to see in a large. With Jim and Karen, and that's a really cool display. That's verging on unique. You don't see those very often. Anywho, you get the idea. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? She's chewing on that plastic cycad.
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Creatrix Britt, thank you so much for the 35 months of support. It almost does feel like it was at the beginning of the Mesozoic at this point, huh? It's a good while ago. Thank you for your ongoing support, Britt. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online. Sorry, Sweetie Pie, I'm gonna wrap that. Because I don't want to be chewing on it too much. Maybe if I knock this up, we'll chill earlier. Anyhow. Oh, and we had a question from Kazashi. Kazashi wanted to know about Triceratops. The number of species that appear to have gone in and out of the genus based on ongoing skull or skeletal analysis. This is right up my alley, Kazashi. This is one of the things that I was very much privy to when I was trained at Museum of the Rockies in Montana, home of the world's largest collection of Triceratops fossils, in fact. Hang on, we've got another landlord show. Oh, Sweetie Pie. What are you doing, Sweetie? Here, we'll get to Triceratops in a couple minutes here. But first, landlord demands payment. All right. All right. There you go. Hey. You're stepping on it, Beats. How's that? Pretty good? There crunching them. They're dental treats. You're supposed to chew them. Unlike Mini Pie, who just inhaled them like a vacuum cleaner. Well done, Sweetie Pie. Murph says this stream is 60 to 80% amazing science outreach. The rest is cats taking Danny hostage. You know, that's one of the hazards of the job. At least they let me live here, you know? They haven't eaten me in my sleep yet. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Not yet. Not yet, as long as I keep you fed. She's like, yeah, you watch yourself. It's like, I will not hesitate to eat your eyeballs if you don't keep me well fed. All right, Sweetie Pie. All right, goodness. You don't have to get that graphic about it. Yeah. What? You want more? You want more? Is that what you're implying? Oh. Yeah. What? All right, let's get you some more. Let's get you some more. If Sweetie Pie was twice her size, would you be in the same room? I don't know, Murph. Yeah, she'd probably have eaten me already. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Just a swift bite to the back of the skull. That'd be a goner. There we go. They love these new treats. They really do. We're going to be getting into Marsh Madness in just a few moments here. As soon as Sweetie Pie has eaten her fill. We'll see if we can continue on to our next topic, huh, Sweetie Pie? Is that all of them? Did you get it all? Did you get it all? Yeah, there we go. What do you think? What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? You pushing that camera around? Yeah, pretty good gig going here, don't you? You're in front of both cameras right now. Gotta do some post-meal cleanup here. All right, Sweetie Pie. She says, excuse me? She says, you don't talk to me that way. Sorry, Sweetie Pie. Sorry. I'm trying to work here. We've got 328 people watching right now, and they want to hear about some fossil science. Do you understand that? Sweetie Pie, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I got to pay the bills here. All these folks, they want to hear about fossils. We're about to do Marsh Madness. Sweetie Pie's like, what's that? I don't care about that. All right. Okay, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Anyway, Marsh Madness is our ongoing series of single round elimination dinosaur matchups. We had 2 yesterday. We're going to do 1 quick matchup today. And I'll show you how the bracket currently stands. There we go. There's our official results for Marsh Madness. Today we're going to have Dryptosaurus versus Preconodon right here. Dryptosaurus versus Preconodon from the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous Conference here. New folks are wondering, Marsh Madness? What are we talking? Marsh, what? Well, Othniel Charles Marsh right here was the United States' first professor of paleontology back in the Wild West days. And, there we go. Since we've got a bunch of new folks here, let's just go to the beginning here. There's a lovely documentary about this from PBS. If you've ever heard of the Bone Wars, that's this.
For more than a century, Americans have had a love affair with dinosaurs. Extinct for millions of years, they were barely known until giant fossil bones were discovered in the mid-19th century.
And painting Archaeopteryx? Not yet, Helvetica Scenario, not yet, no.
2 American scientists, Edward Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh, led the way to many of these discoveries at the forefront of the young field of paleontology.
Every iconic dinosaur every kid grows up with. Apatosaurus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus. These guys went out to the American West and they found that stuff.
Marsh actually named all of those.
Cope and Marsh.
So Cope and Marsh had a bitter rivalry. They were each trying to find the most, the biggest, the best fossils. Marsh ended up naming far more dinosaurs, hence Marsh Madness. Cope named a few important ones, Coelophysis, Camarasaurus. But Stegosaurus, Dryosaurus, Apatosaurus, Triceratops, Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Dryptosaurus, and Preconodon are 2 contestants today. Marsh named all of those. And Huguin says, "Hi, I'm Hugo. I'm from Brazil. I love studying the Proterozoic era." Interesting, Hugo. I don't work in the Proterozoic. I work mostly, almost entirely, in the Mesozoic. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're about to start Marsh Madness for today here.
Marsh shed light on the deep past in a way no one had ever been able to do before. They unearthed more than 130 dinosaur species and some of the first fossil evidence supporting Darwin's new theory of evolution.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, there was a more sordid element too, which was their insatiable hatred for each other, which often just baffled and exasperated everyone around them.
They began life as friends. Then things unraveled, and unraveled in quite a spectacular way.
Cope and Marsh locked horns for decades in one of the most bitter scientific rivalries in American history. Constantly vying for leadership in their young field, they competed ruthlessly to secure gigantic bones in the American West. They put American science on the world stage and nearly destroyed one another in the process.
Yeah, they basically did destroy each other. Anywho. Marsh named a great deal of different dinosaurs, and I figured I've been wanting to do this for years at this point. Finally did it this year. Marsh Madness is something we've been doing since the beginning of March. Looking at different dinosaurs named by Othniel Charles Marsh, and then voting on which one should continue to the next round. So for today's matchup, we have Dryptosaurus and Preconodon. These are both very interesting dinosaurs for very different reasons. Preconodon is probably the most obscure dinosaur in our bracket here, but it's very interesting for a number of different reasons. We'll talk about that. Dryptosaurus, too, is a dinosaur that, well, it goes into the Cope-Marsh rivalry. I think...
They competed ruthlessly.
There we go.
The equator. Edward Drinker Cope had already made a name for himself with the discovery of the second known American dinosaur skeleton, a creature he named Laelaps.
Yeah,
A
Laelaps.
self-taught prodigy, he'd been captivated by science since childhood.
So, Laelaps, it turns out that, well, here. Jumping toward the end, I think we might have... There we go. This iconic image here.
How they walked across the land.
This is the famous Leaping Laelaps painting by Charles R. Knight. Edward Drinker Cope named this dinosaur Laelaps. This is the first theropod dinosaur skeleton. First non-avian theropod dinosaur skeleton to be discovered in the United States. Iconic image. We've got an illustration by Cope right here, actually, of Laelaps. But as it would turn out, that name was already preoccupied. Cope presented his description of the specimen to the Academy on August 21st, 1866, naming it a new genus and species of dinosaur, Laelaps aquilinguus. Laelaps, which is derived from the Greek word hurricane or storm wind, was also the name of a dog in Greek mythology who never failed to catch what it was hunting. The genus name, Laelaps there, was already occupied by a mite and replaced by the name Dryptosaurus, slashing reptile, by O.C. Marsh, Cope's rival in the Bone Wars in 1877. However, Cope maintained that the name Laelaps was valid for years after, refusing to use Dryptosaurus. Today we call it Dryptosaurus. So this was one of Cope's dinosaurs that Marsh managed to, in a way, kind of steal from him. This is an ongoing, I'd say almost problem in paleontology, is that oftentimes when we try and name a new dinosaur, sometimes that name is already preoccupied by another animal, usually an arthropod, usually an insect, often a beetle. There's so many different kinds of arthropods, especially insects, especially beetles, that if you try and come up with a really good new name for a dinosaur, chances are, if you're not real careful, that name might already be taken by a beetle, or a mite, or some other kind of arthropod. So back in the days before the internet, it was really difficult to check if a name was already taken, especially if it was like something that's derived from Latin or Greek, and it's a really evocative name. Sometimes that name would be taken. In order to figure this out, Marsh must have combed through the literature, just looking for any mention of Cope's name Laelaps, just trying to find another critter that already had that name, so he could come up with a new name. Be like, I'm gonna change the name to something that I came up with because I can. That's what Marsh did. So one of Cope's dinosaurs, Laelaps, kind of became one of Marsh's dinosaurs, Dryptosaurus, because he was able to rename it. Does that make sense? Yeah. The Internet of Paleontology username already exists. There you go, Cochrane's Wharf. Yeah. So yeah. And you only have so much to work with using the Latin language, says Flangletrees. It's true. That's why increasingly, when we're naming new dinosaurs, we're resorting to other languages. Different native languages from the regions that those dinosaurs come from Mongolia or Argentina, or different Native American languages here in the States. So yeah. Anywho, Dryptosaurus right here. So this is a dinosaur that you have doubtless seen many times before. This famous painting right here has been reproduced countless times. And this is probably not exactly what this animal looked like in life. For a while, it was kind of unknown what kind of theropod dinosaur this was. There's a general consensus nowadays that it's probably a tyrannosauroid. So, a kind of distant relative of T-Rex. Here is a lovely depiction from Beasts of the Mesozoic. You can actually buy an action figure. This one right here. It's lovely. We don't have a complete skeleton of this critter, so it's hard to tell exactly what it looked like. But here they give it 2 fingers. It may have actually had 3. We don't really know. But yeah, Dryptosaurus right here. I think we might even have... There we go.
This life-size model was made for the Dunn Museum in 2017 by Chicago-based paleo artist Tyler Keeler. The model is considered the first scientifically accurate, fleshed-out model of Dryptosaurus in existence. Paleo artists collaborate with paleontologists to recreate prehistoric...
All right. Goodness.
life based on...
There we go. Just trying to start the video from the beginning. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Nicole Stocker, and I'm a museum educator with the Dunn Museum. In this video, we're going to be examining one of my favorite topics, and one of the first things you see when you visit the museum, our dinosaur. Many wonder if this is a Tyrannosaurus rex. It is part of the same theropod group of dinosaurs, but this is a life-size model of Dryptosaurus, a dinosaur that lived approximately 67 million years ago. We think right here in Lake County, Illinois. As you can probably guess...
So they haven't actually found any Dryptosaurus remains in Lake County, Illinois, to my knowledge, but it is from this part of North America. So the reason why they didn't really have Mesozoic dinosaurs in Illinois, but if we're trying to figure out what dinosaurs would have lived in Illinois, because certainly there were some during the Mesozoic. If you're looking at dinosaurs from Western North America over here, those are not going to be the dinosaurs you're going to get in Illinois. You're going to have to look at other dinosaurs from what we call Appalachia. This is this eastern subcontinent in the late Cretaceous, when there was this seaway that covered the middle of North America, split the continent in 2. You had different kinds of dinosaurs living here in Laramidia, and different kinds living in Appalachia. We've got so many different dinosaurs that are known from Laramidia, only a very small, precious few from Appalachia. Actually, both of our dinosaurs today for Marsh Madness are both from Appalachia. So Dryptosaurus is from New Jersey over here. So if we're thinking about Illinois, well, we don't have any dinosaurs from there yet. So New Jersey is the closest we've got from this time. Does that make sense? That's why they're going with Dryptosaurus here.
Dryptosaurus was a carnivore and would have been about 20 feet long. During the late Cretaceous, present-day North America was divided down the middle by a great seaway. On the western side, Tyrannosaurus rex was the top meat eater, while on the eastern side, Dryptosaurus was one of them.
America's next top meat eater, Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't realize she was going to show a map there and everything. That's actually really helpful.
The name means tearing lizard, which refers to the 8-inch claws on each hand. Fossils for this dinosaur were first discovered in New Jersey in 1866 by American paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope. Fossils are the remains of plants and animals from the past. The harder parts of animals, such as bones, teeth, and bony parts of claws, have a higher chance of fossilizing. Can you imagine
Basic
finding
stuff.
fossils for an animal that you cannot see in person?
Yeah, I do it all
This
the
is
time.
Cope's drawing from 18.
Yeah, we got that right here. Nice.
1967, with Dryptosaurus depicted in the middle. Does it look like our Dryptosaurus today?
Not really.
Cope originally named this dinosaur Laelaps aguilunguis, without
Yeah.
realizing that Laelaps had already been applied to a type of mite. Interestingly, Cope's rival, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh,
Marsh, right here of Marsh Madness fame.
ultimately named it Dryptosaurus in 1877. Though Dryptosaurus was the first partial skeleton of a predatory dinosaur ever found in the United States, it's a lesser-known dinosaur today because only a small portion of the overall body of the dinosaur has actually been found. In general, dinosaur fossils from eastern North America are pretty rare.
That's true.
Let's take a look at a few Dryptosaurus fossil casts. A cast is a
this is
copy of
cool.
a fossil, and it's made from a mold taken
That's so neat that they've got casts of these. The original, I think, are in the Philadelphia Academy of Sciences in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA.
from the real fossil. The copy can be made from
So that's a bit
materials
of the denary
such as
there, the lower
plaster
jaw.
and
You can see the tooth
fiberglass.
sockets.
Here we have a section of jaw with a tooth sticking out.
Yep.
Here is a single tooth. For comparison in size, this is a tooth from a Tyrannosaurus rex. Dryptosaurus was about half the size of a Tyrannosaurus rex.
Well, we don't know how big these animals could get, honestly, because we don't necessarily know that this is a full-grown adult. I don't think anybody's ever done histo on it. Cut open the bones to look at the growth rings inside. This could be a juvenile, for all we know, right? Oh.
Here is the claw. This claw would have also had a large sheath around it, making the claw even
Keratin
longer
sheath.
than it appears here.
Like we were just
And
talking
this
about.
is a single finger bone. Compare that to my fingers here, and it gives
So these are significantly bigger than the finger bones of T-Rex, by the way, which shows that this animal had proportionally larger forelimbs than Tyrannosaurus did. It may have been more of like a hands-first kind of predator, as opposed to Tyrannosaurus, which is a jaws-first kind of predator, you know, or carnivore.
gives you a good idea of how large Dryptosaurus really was. This life-size model was made for the Dunn Museum in 2017 by Chicago-based paleo artist Tyler Keeler. The model is considered the first scientifically accurate, fleshed-out model of Dryptosaurus in existence.
Pretty cool.
Paleo artists collaborate with paleontologists to recreate prehistoric life based on known scientific information. Keeler used Cope's notes about the original fossils and looked at closely related animals today in order to create this fleshed-out model.
Pretty neat.
Keeler also made this head for the museum in 2009. The drastic
And Flingeltree says, just imagine how bad it would be for a T-Rex to have dental problems if it's mostly a chomp-first predator. Well, that's the thing, is that teeth are not permanent in dinosaurs. They'd be replacing their teeth all the time. If they have a tooth issue, a cavity or something, those teeth are not going to be there next year. They're constantly going through teeth all the time, like a conveyor belt. And so, you know, they wouldn't have the same kinds of dental issues that we mammals have, you know? Does that make sense?
differences in appearance between the two models demonstrate how what we know about dinosaurs continues to evolve as scientists explore and explain the natural world. As new fossils are discovered and advances in technology allow for re-examination of past fossil finds, researchers are able to provide more extensive details about what these prehistoric animals might have looked like.
Good stuff.
This is also why our model today looks quite a bit different than how Cope depicted this dinosaur in his original drawing.
Yeah.
One of the biggest differences between the two models has to do with these. Some think this is fur, but it's actually feathers. In recent years, paleontologists have found a significant number of fossils of large dinosaurs with evidence of feather remains.
Yep, so anyway, this kind of continues on like this. Good stuff, we'll give you a link. Lovely that we've got a video about Dryptosaurus on YouTube there. Good stuff. Moxie Drinker wants to know, it's not a dumb question, it's a really good question. Why are dinosaur fossils rare in the eastern U.S.? There's a few different reasons for that, Moxie Drinker. Yeah. Here. What do you notice here about a satellite photo of the U.S. or satellite photo collection? This is generated from satellite photos. What do you notice about the eastern U.S. as compared to the western U.S.? Yeah, it's very green over here. Exactly, Salamander. Exactly. That's the thing, is that, well, not just that, but also at night. Oh boy, so many more lights in the eastern part of the U.S. It's much more sparse here in the west. You've got so much more vegetation, trees, grass, shrubs, just much wetter over here. Got a lot more vegetation that's obscuring the rocks. You also have parking lots and roads and buildings and Walmarts and stuff. They've built over what could be fossil sites. Here in the west, it's much more sparse, much more dry. There's a lot more exposed rock. Bob Bacher actually talks about that right here.
It's number one, a long history of mountains going up. Oh. When mountains go up...
Here we go.
Europe, where the heavily forested land concealed the geology underneath. The arid, open American West, Marsh was convinced, would yield the kind of fossil evidence needed to prove Darwin's theory.
The American West is blessed.
Here we go.
By a couple of things. Number one, a long history of mountains going up. And when mountains go up, next to the foothills of mountains are a depression, a basin. And as soon as mountains go up, they start getting eroded by streams. The streams bring down sand and mud that fills up that basin at the bottom of the foothills. That's a wonderful place to die and leave a good-looking corpse.
Yep, great place to get fossilized in a basin like that.
But wait, there's another element. It's dry.
Yeah.
It's really dry. It's drier than the Alps or the Urals. It's drier than the Caucasus.
It's drier than the Appalachians.
You take the railroad to Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, and you walk around, you can see the rocks, naked rocks. And the rocks are full of fossils, including bones.
Yep. So, it's not like there were fewer dinosaurs that lived in what is today the eastern United States. There would have been tons of dinosaurs over here too. But you didn't have the Rocky Mountains starting to come up and then slough off all of the sediment down into basins where it would bury fossils. You didn't have that as much over here in the east. Then also nowadays, it is far more green and there's so much more vegetation. You don't have those wonderful bare rocks to look for fossils in. If you're going to go fossil hunting in the eastern United States, you go to a road cut or a rock quarry or a cliff face or something like that. Those rare, precious places where you don't have trees and vegetation everywhere. Does that make sense? I hope that answers your question. Now, how are you doing, sweetie pie? You're back already. My goodness. I can't get any rest. Huh. You coming to make another collection? By there any recent updates on Dryptosaurus? New fossils or papers? No new fossils. I don't know. Here, we can look at the references here. I don't know if we have any new Dryptosaurus-centered papers. So this one's from '97. Redescription of Dryptosaurus. Dan Shuri published this in 2001. Yeah. This is from 2011 right here. So yeah, we do have some new publications, fairly newish. Yeah. Here we go. Type and referred material of Laelaps Trihedrodendron, Pope 1877. Yeah. Anatomy of Dryptosaurus Acolunguis, and a review of its Tyrannosauroid affinities. Yeah. So yeah, you can find that here if you'd like. So anyhow, Dryptosaurus. This is a dinosaur that kind of gets an outsized amount of attention, despite being known from only one fragmentary skeleton. Because it is one of those very few dinosaurs you have on the East Coast. And so people from the East Coast of the US get really excited about this dinosaur. Nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. And that's really nice. I like the leaping Laelaps Dryptosaurus fossil mound here. That's really cool. Good stuff. So Dryptosaurus gives us something of a peek into what's going on in Appalachia, the eastern subcontinent, during the late Cretaceous. This is one of those precious glimpses that we get. Rare and precious indeed. Yeah. Oh, and hang on, I'm getting a call from Andrew Milner right now. Hello?
Danny.
Andrew, how's it going?
Not bad. Just finishing up for the day. Sorry I missed your call earlier.
No, no worries. You're a busy guy. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I took a nap and I had my phone on silent mode. And
oh, no worries. Yeah.
took a nap. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, I just thought I would return your call real fast.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm live with 300 viewers right now, and they're eager to...
Hi, everyone.
Yes, sorry. I hope that's okay. Yeah, they're eager to hear what's going on at the fossil site.
So we got about another 7 shark's teeth today.
Oh, nice.
We found one that's really different looking. I'm not sure if it's a different species or what.
Huh.
Again, the dinosaur material is being very elusive. Although a brand new volunteer found dug up a chunk of bone and put it in a tray. And none of us were notified about it. And it's about a 2 by 1 inch chunk of bone.
Oh, wow.
And it's got cortical bone and laminar on the outside. And it's got like a hole going through the middle of it.
Sounds almost theropody.
Kind of tetrapody. Anyway, and there were a few other fragments. I just spoke to Jim about it. He said, harden that thing up and bring it around and keep it in the quarry and show it to everybody that comes through.
Nice.
And he's totally right. So something was missed. Anyway, we got some more coelacanth material today as well. A few more coelacanth bones.
Nice. Okay.
Another fish out of the bottom. It's actually it's pretty quiet in the quarry. We don't have as many people as normal.
Okay.
Plus, there aren't many people that have done this before, so I think that's kind of slowing the process down.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, we've also got another lead on a big excavation company from Salt Lake that are willing to bring all of their equipment down and whatever we need and crew. Apparently, this guy has a big crew, and yeah, they're willing to donate everything just to help us get this done.
Fantastic. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's really good news.
Really, really good news.
So, yeah. Anyway, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I'm taking a bunch of the volunteers over to the lab.
Uh-huh.
There's some people that are interested in seeing some of our Triassic stuff.
Uh-huh.
We have a few volunteers from the Natural History Museum of Utah that work in the lab there with Tyler.
Uh-huh.
And they're preparing phytosaur material, so they'd like to see some of the things we prepared.
Nice.
So I'm going to take them over and show them that. At the same time, I'm going to be kind of sorting out the specimens for a while, just kind of pulling all the more important things aside. We have this guy, John Cowboy Lynch, that is coming down. He's been taking these fantastic photographs.
Yeah. I did meet him.
I think you may have met him. Yeah. So he's coming down. He's got this table with a microscope, so he can take photos through the microscope. Really
Very
nice
nice.
setup. And we're looking to put up pictures of the dig and important fossils on the prep lab wall on the outside with some text, so people can see, what's going on. So yeah, that'll be something kind of cool for visitors to see. There's so many people coming. It's insane the amount of people that are coming. It's while I'm sitting up there inventorying, I'm just seeing cars coming in and out of the parking lot all day.
For the museum? That's fantastic. That's so good to hear.
Yeah, to the museum. Yeah.
Make sure that they're keeping the gift shop well stocked, because that's how you'd make a lot of money there. Make sure you don't run out of everything, because that's the money on the table.
Yeah. I really hope they're doing that.
Yeah.
Of course, that's not my department. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much it. We're back at it again tomorrow. I'll be there at 8 o'clock. We're opening up a little bit earlier to start digging each day. I'm not telling everyone that, just certain people.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, it's going pretty good.
Excellent. That's so good to hear. Any news on the shipping container?
We've picked the one that we would like, and we've sent the information on to the person that's interested in helping us buy it.
Fantastic.
But we haven't heard anything back yet. Jaleesa's kind of been handling that.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
well, fingers crossed that all goes off without a hitch.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
I mean, the lab is just filling up in the cardboard.
Yeah.
There's so many jackets.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty busy.
Yeah.
Lots of fossils stacking up. Oh, we're well over 500 now, by the way.
Dinosaurs and human beings lived on the earth.
Sorry. I hope
at the same time.
Are you hearing those alerts right now?
What, like
I'm hoping that the. Never mind. Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
You're hearing little beep sounds? Are you hearing beep sounds?
No. I had a stream alert go off, and I was hoping that wasn't being distracting to you, but I don't know if that's getting through the proper audio pipe. So forget I said anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving my 2023 Subaru, and it's full of bells and whistles. I can't stand it. I need to learn how to shut some of this stuff off.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, cool. I'll let you go in a minute, but we did have a question from chat for you. If you happen to be a Habs fan.
Yes, I am, and they're playing Boston tonight.
Oh, well, I hope they win.
What's that?
I said I hope they win.
Me too.
Yeah.
Montreal are they're in a playoff spot. It's been a while. And of course I detest Boston. That's one of Montreal's biggest rivalries forever. So
is that the Penguins?
Almost as bad as Toronto. No, so I've been watching the Canadiens since 1971. So yeah, I'm lots of original six teams. So Boston and Toronto are my least favorite teams. They used to be the Quebec Nordiques as well, but of course they're now the Colorado Avalanche.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I've been watching the Canadiens for a long time, and I'm hoping one of these days, before I pass on, I'll get to see them win Stanley Cup number 25.
Here's hoping. Yeah.
I am. Yes.
Yeah. And did you say that you were going to miss that game because you're working tonight?
Did I what? I'm sorry, noisy in my car.
That's okay. Did you say you were going to miss the game because you're working tonight?
Well, the game started at 5 o'clock our time, so yeah, I'm gonna miss it. I'm actually heading over to Dustin's house.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm staying at his place tonight.
Nice.
So you remember Dustin? He's a character.
Yeah.
His family, his whole family are a bunch of characters.
Right.
So should be an interesting evening, I think.
Awesome. Have fun.
Anyways,
yeah.
Cooking me a big steak, which is going to be great.
Much deserved.
Yeah, they're great people, really helping out. I won't be able to see the game. I got to see Tuesday night. I got to see a few minutes, but that's about it.
Yeah, well, that's
my wife made me change the channel. So.
I know what a big hockey fan you are. So that's dedication right there. You're missing it because of family stuff and because of fossil stuff. So we appreciate your sacrifice, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Thanks for your time. We'll probably check in on Monday again for another update.
Okay.
But best of luck out there. Good. And if you need anything else for the site, put it on the wish list, and I'll continue to push that and encourage people to donate. Yeah.
I did make a couple of new additions.
Okay.
One thing that would be really super handy, and this was a suggestion from Don DeBlue from the Utah Geological Survey.
Yeah.
Something that they want to get, and it's a battery-powered angle grinder with diamond blades.
Oh.
Just to make those small cuts for small specimens rather than having to pull out the big rock saw. It's true. It would be so much easier.
I think that may have already been purchased. Angle grinder. It says purchased, and then there's diamond blade is right there, $7.99. If somebody wants to scoop that up, I'm looking at it on the wish list right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Well, whoever bought it and everyone, thank you so much for your donations, etc. It's really helping out our site. I can't believe the support we're receiving. It's fantastic.
Well, we're proud to contribute, and again, hope everything goes well. Best of luck. Safe driving, and we'll talk to you on Monday, Andrew.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. Talk to you later.
All right, thanks. Talk to you later. Bye. Nice. So everybody, that was from St. George, Utah, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, Andrew Miller.
The lead paleontologist and curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site.
So I'll be joining Andrew out there again in just a few weeks.
Paleontology in Utah is incredible. I tell everybody that I don't need to do field work anywhere else in the world because I can just stay here in Utah. And you can almost imagine the animal
seen this video
stepping
before.
in
This is great.
and then pulling its foot out. So it sinks in, and then you can see all the sediment that's kind of been pushed up around the footprint. And then this narrow line here is actually the middle toe. So this is where the toe is extracted from the sediment. So the foot goes in, toes fold together, then the toe pulls forward. And then the mud collapses back in on itself. We started exploring for new track sites, and one of the areas we went to look at was Red Cliffs Desert Reserve, and sure enough.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this, but we'll watch this another time. But really glad that Andrew got back to us, and yeah, I pulled this out too. He said that Cowboy was back. He's our photographer on site, a volunteer who brought his camera, and I encouraged him to talk to Jaleesa and some other folks from the museum, like, hey, maybe we can work together and get some good photographs and help promote your business and everything too. He took this photo of me while I was out there and printed me an 8x10. Check that out. This is while I was streaming. He took this. Pretty great. Really excited about that. I can ask him for a digital copy. Yeah, frame that, says Helvetica Scenario. I'm going to. Absolutely. Yeah, that's it's gonna be real nice. Huh, sweetie pie. And it's black and white, just like you. See? Yeah. How cool is that? Anyway, just a few short weeks, we're gonna be back out there in St. George. And gonna continue to try and bring more attention to this whole project, this emergency fossil excavation going on in St. George, Utah. Important stuff. Anywho, we were talking about Dryptosaurus here. Just about to finish up our Dryptosaurus discussion. Lovely dinosaur. Let's take a look at the original descriptive paper for Dryptosaurus. Well, since this is Marsh Madness, and Marsh renamed it Dryptosaurus from Cope's Laylops, let's there. Dryptosaurus Marsh 1877. Let's see if I can find that publication here. Sweetie Pie, you're right in front of the Stream Deck. There we go. All right. Marsh. Dryptosaurus. Let's see if I've got that in my library. It says no items match your search. Well, let's find the reference here. 1877. I don't know if we're going to be able to find that. Darn. Let's see. Marsh. 1877. I don't know if we're going to find the original description, or the original name change publication. That's okay. We can make an exception. So we're going to move on from Dryptosaurus to our challenger. Going up against Dryptosaurus today is Priconodon right here. And this is a dinosaur that I'm guessing most of you have probably not heard of before. But I included it here in our bracket because it is very interesting. Priconodon is a dinosaur based on teeth, but these are the teeth of an ankylosaur, and they are huge. If these teeth are proportional to the skull, this would be the largest ankylosaur in the world, presumably. So here is Priconodon, an illustration of it next to some, I think, Deinonychus or a similar dromaeosaur there. So this animal would have been enormous. If you like ankylosaurs, you should know about Priconodon. Very interesting animal. It's from Maryland, from Prince George's County, Maryland. Do we have any Marylanders in chat? Yeah. No size estimation has been done due to the scarcity of described remains. I think this is just a tooth taxon. I don't know if we have any other skeletal remains. Might just be teeth. Yeah. Othniel Charles Marsh named the genus for the specimen from the Smithsonian, USNM 2135, a large worn tooth from what was then called the Potomac Formation. As ankylosaurians were by and large unknown at the time, he compared it to Stegosaurus. Walter Coombs identified it as a nodosaur in 1978, and then in 1998, Ken Carpenter and Jim Kirkland, friend of the channel, in a review of North American Lower Cretaceous ankylosaurs, considered it tentatively valid and an unusually large nodosaurid, larger than all of those described before. So this would have been the largest nodosaurid ever discovered, if it does turn out to be that big. Yeah. Wild. Carpenter and Kirkland in 98 listed 12 additional teeth from the same area as the holotype tooth, and tentatively added a robust tibia to the genus as well. So let's see if we can find that original publication from Marsh. Must be here. Marsh 1888. Does that sound right? It does. All right. Marsh 1888. And I think this might be it right here. Yeah, there we go. So, as is our tradition, we're going to look at this original descriptive paper from 1888, and let's get some period-appropriate music for it.
Paleo 1, Paleo 2, Paleo 3, Paleo
Darth Jacoby, thank you for the 8 months of support.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Uh-oh. Darth Jacoby, thank you so much for the 8 months. Appreciate you keeping me here online for that long. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Here we go. 1888. Notice of a new genus of sauropoda and other new dinosaurs from the Potomac Formation by O.C. Marsh. The variegated red and gray clays, which form so conspicuous a feature in their outcroppings between Baltimore and Washington, have long been a puzzle to geologists. They have been supposed to be Mesozoic, but as no characteristic fossils have been found in the typical localities or in the known extensions of the deposits, their true age was uncertain. The United States Geological Survey has named these problematic deposits the Potomac Formation, and the director recently requested the writer to institute a special search for vertebrate fossils to solve, if possible, the question of its age. The result of 2 months' investigation proved that these deposits, so long supposed to be nearly or quite destitute for fossils, contain a rich vertebrate fauna, apparently of Upper Jurassic age, but quite distinct from any hitherto discovered in this country. The most abundant fossils obtained are remains of dinosaurian reptiles, 3 orders of which are represented, and in the present article, some new forms are described. We've got Pleurocoelus here, which I think might be the state dinosaur of Texas nowadays, or maybe it is Maryland. It's Maryland. Pleurocoelus altus, new species. And then Priconodon crassus, new genus, new species. The existence of another herbivorous dinosaur on the same horizon of the Potomac Formation is indicated by a number of fragmentary remains, the most characteristic of which is the tooth figured below. This may be regarded as the type specimen, although resembling somewhat the teeth of Diracodon, which is Stegosaurus. From the Jurassic of the West, it is quite distinct. It has the narrow neck, swollen base, and flattened crown of that genus, but the serrated edges meet above the sharp angle instead of forming a wide curve at the apex. And this teeth is huge. All figures are twice natural size, so this would be printed maybe on like a letter-sized piece of paper or something similar. This tooth is big. It's way bigger than any other nodosaur tooth I've ever seen. There you go, Priconodon. This was this animal's first introduction to the world in 1888. And that's mostly all we have of it, even to this day. But the size of that tooth there, the size there is really intriguing. Because if that is at all an indication of how big the animal would be, it's just gigantic. It could be over 40 feet long. It could be 50 feet long. Like this could be the largest ankylosaur ever. If the proportions are similar to those of other ankylosaurs. It's nuts, you know? Yeah. Anywho, and what part of St. Mary's? Sorry, Moxie Drinker, I'm not sure. I can give you the link to the original publication if you want to see. Let's see if we can find this in Google Scholar. There's a link to it right there. Copy link address and paste. So we do need more fossils. Absolutely, Deathsaurus and Mizart rules 1,000,000%. If these large teeth are any indication, this animal could be gargantuan. And we just don't know yet. What was the type specimen for this again? USNM 2135. Yeah. I don't know if we have a photograph of the tooth, do we? I don't know if that exists online. But yeah, the thing would have been gigantic. Briconodon. Yeah, again. If this is anything close to how big this animal was, it was enormous. And very, very much worth knowing about. There are more fossil excavations that are going on in Maryland at this point. At a place called Dinosaur Park. And so they might find more of this beastie there. There we go.
This bone you see right here is of Astrodon johnstroni. This is Maryland's state dinosaur. Now you may be wondering, where can I find this? Welcome to Dinosaur Park.
So far we found in this site, we have the shin bone of a giant meat-eating dinosaur called Acrocanthosaurus.
The state park, just off Conti Road and Mid-Atlantic Boulevard near Route 1, recently identified a bone bed, or a concentration of bones of different animals in one geologic layer. It is the first bone bed discovery in Maryland since 1887. The fossils include crocodile teeth, a relative of the T-Rex.
At that time, the land
and
of the
Girk,
clumped together in one vast
thank you for the
supercontinent.
4 months.
Dinosaurs
I
soon
appreciate
occupied every corner of that world.
Good stuff, Girk. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. I appreciate you. Wonder if Jim might have a picture of the teeth. Ask Ms. Art Rules. He probably does. Jim's not in the chat right now, I don't think, or we would ask him.
And Astrodon johnstoni.
Yeah.
The Astrodon lived in Maryland during the early Cretaceous period, and its teeth were the first dinosaur find in the state. Now our state dinosaur remains are in the bone bed.
So far from this spot, we found 7 different species of dinosaurs and at least 4 other kinds of animals in that area.
Dinosaur Park is also the only place on the East Coast where one can find dinosaur bones that are not in a body of water.
If you want to find dinosaurs, kind of like where we're finding them here in Dinosaur Park, you would have to travel westward. So places in like Wyoming, Montana, Utah, places like that out in the Badlands.
This area used to be a mining operation. Miners first discovered dinosaur fossils here in 1858. The park officially opened in 2009, protecting the site from development and unrestricted collecting.
Which we kind of affectionately dubbed Chickensaurus.
J.P. Hodnett, who was here when the bone bed was found, knew he wanted to be a paleontologist when he was a child. His advice to the next generation of dinosaur fanatics?
Always keep exploring. That's always the biggest advice I can give. Read as much as you can. I also highly recommend writing things down in journals.
People can visit Dinosaur Park on the first and third Saturdays of each month. It is open.
And there's like a playground there for kids too. Yeah, neat stuff. So if you're anywhere on the East Coast, if you're within driving distance of Maryland, want to go see some dinosaur fossils in the ground, this is the place to do it. And maybe they'll end up finding some remains of Preconodon there, because I think it's from the same formation, isn't it? Isn't it like Arundel Formation equivalent? Yeah. Aptian Albian Age, Lower Cretaceous, Arundel Formation. So there you go. There's Dinosaur Park right there. Nice. Very nice. Very cool. So anyway, Dryptosaurus and Preconodon. You've got an idea about what both of these animals are all about now, I hope. And so let's go ahead and hold our matchup for Marsh Madness now. Dryptosaurus versus Preconodon. Let's get that set up. There we go. There we go. Put an image of both of these guys. That'll work right there. Preconodon. And let's start that poll. All right. Dryptosaurus versus Preconodon. Preconodon and Dryptosaurus. You ready? I like to preface this before we start by saying that pick your dinosaur based on whatever criteria you would like. Whether you think one looks cooler or cuter or more interesting, whether one's from your home state, or whether you think it would make a good pet, or would win in a fight, or whatever. But the one thing that you gotta remember when you're doing this is which of these dinosaurs would you like to hear more about as we continue? Which of these dinosaurs would you like to hear about in the future? Which one should make it to the next round? And conversely, which other one should go home today? Pick the dinosaur you'd like to learn more about, the one you'd like to hear about in a future stream. And with that,
just ask this scientician.
Docent Bertrand, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's start our poll here. We've got 3 minutes to decide between Preconodon right here Preconodon and Dryptosaurus. There we go. Dryptosaurus so far winning handily. 13 votes to 8 for Preconodon. It's on 15 to 10. Dryptosaurus still in the lead. There we go. Although Preconodon catching up, 16 to 17 now. 17 to 17. They are now tied. Preconodon has taken the lead here. They're tied again, 18 to 18. Now Preconodon in the lead with 19. 21 to Dryptosaurus's 18. 23 to 18. Preconodon now off to a sizable lead as we approach the halfway mark here. 23 to 19. Dryptosaurus could still take this. Dryptosaurus up to 20, 21 now to 24. Seem to be hovering in the same spot right now. We've reached our halfway point, exceeded it. We're now 24 to 21, 25 to 21 with Perconodon in the lead. Interesting. Lockman's Mustard is cheering for Dryptosaurus. Helvetica Scenario rooting for the Ankylosaur. We're down to like a quarter of our time now. Perconodon still in the lead, 25 to 21. It looks like it might win this. We might be talking more about Perconodon. Reefer Sage cheering for Dryptosaurus here. I don't know. We've got about 15 seconds left. I think it's looking decisive. Oh, 2 more votes for Dryptosaurus. We've got a few seconds left. Dryptosaurus could still take the lead here. 27 to 24. To our final, like, 10 seconds here. 27 to 24 still. Last few seconds. There we go. Perconodon picking up another point. Another 2 points. 29 to 25. And Perconodon has won. Perconodon, in an upset, has beaten Dryptosaurus. I did not think that was going to happen. Perconodon, number 14 seed, just beat our number 3 seed, Dryptosaurus there. That is a major upset. Perconodon will be moving to the next round. There we go. My goodness. A sad day for theropods, says Nelf. And Kazashi says, doesn't matter, it's going to lose to Taurosaurus. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. And how's that looking for your prediction sheet, Danny? I thought Dryptosaurus was going to win there. I still think Dryosaurus is going to win the whole thing. Really, but I think that's funny to say that. Right now, let's make the results official. Let's update the bracket here. Open up the old Photoshop. There we go. Now, what was that? Here, let's grab this one here. Delete that layer. So then here, Dryptosaurus versus Perconodon. There we go. Dryptosaurus has been eliminated. Dryptosaurus will be going home today. Sorry, Dryptosaurus. Perconodon will be moving on to the next round. There we go, right there. Perconodon is our winner. I'm going to need to talk to Jim about this critter and see if he's got any other information on it. Maybe even some photos of that original tooth. That would be really cool to have. There we go. Draw pad here. There we go. That's circled for today. Oh, and what was our final score? Let's take a look at that. It was 29-25. Yeah, that's not what I want. Right there. Okay. Just want to make sure the font is consistent here. 29-25. And there we go. That's ready to save. April 3rd results. There we go. Okay. We'll go ahead and upload that. There we go. It's a Marsh Madness upset today. In our East Coast matchup between Dryptosaurus and Triconodon, the obscure and possibly super gigantic Ankylosaur has prevailed. And we'll be moving on to the next round to face, who was it? Torosaurus. To face Torosaurus next week. Join us and vote for your OC Marsh dinosaurs of choice next week at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. And I'm 29 characters over. Next week, Triconodon versus Torosaurus. Yeah. Live at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. That works, yeah. This sounds really awkward. Vote for your OC Marsh dinosaurs of choice. For your favorite OC Marsh dinosaurs live. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's do alt text real quick. Current Marsh Madness results bracket. Official in there. Showing Perconodon beating Cryptosaurus 29 to 25. Moving on to face Torosaurus next week. Save and apologizing, spelled it correctly. Ready to post it?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's do it. There we go. Yeah. Mizart Rule says, I thought it was 3 teeth. It's 1 tooth in 3 different views. Yeah. There we go. There's that, if you'd like to engage with it for whatever reason, chat. Good stuff. And we've got notifications already. Beautiful. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah. March Madness. Good stuff. We will have the conclusion of March Madness next week, I believe. Of our final tournament rounds because, yeah, next week is the last week we have until I leave again for St. George, Utah. And we'll be concluding March Madness with the death of his arch rival Edward Drinker Cope, who died on April 12th, 1897, something like that. We'll figure that out then. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more days of March Madness. So we're going to have to get through all the rest of these. Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus, Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus, Triceratops versus Nodosaurus, Perconodon versus Torosaurus, and then the winners of each of these will battle for our champion slot right there. I'm excited. 1 week left of March Madness. Anywho, Moxie Drinker says, do you guys use ground-penetrating radar on dig sites? We don't. No. Jurassic Park kind of lied to you there. Here, it has been tried in the past, and it's not worked. I can show you, before we jump into Thursday BIRDSday here, I can show you a quick clip. There we are.
Today, chance discoveries are being helped by science. Dinosaur hunters use technology to detect what the eye cannot see.
Or try to, at least.
Theory, anyway. Okay, that looks good. In practice, finding dinosaurs is still, shall we say, a hit-and-miss affair.
Got a misfire, wait a minute.
Roland, you know it's all your fault that we got involved in all this confusion
Wait
here.
a minute. You led me on by saying paleontology was in the Dark Ages and we needed to do some real science.
Well, that we were in the Dark Ages then, and I think we still are.
Ready?
I'm ready, arm it.
Ready?
Seriously, this all began when I gave a seminar at Los Alamos and challenged scientists like Roland and others here into helping us conduct this excavation. The specific problem that I posed was, can we see the bones in the ground before we excavate them? And the reason I needed to know the answers was that we had 10 feet of rock to remove before we could get down to bone level if this skeleton were to continue into the hill the way we projected. Okay, Cliff, show us some bones here. What do you got?
Time will tell whether high-tech can reveal all about this particular dinosaur. It's called Seismosaurus, and it may turn out to be the biggest dinosaur ever.
So now we call it Diplodocus. Seismosaurus halorum is now Diplodocus halorum. Anyway, this is from, shoot, what year was this? This is like the late 80s. I want to say this is like 1988, something like that. And they specifically copied this apparatus right here for Jurassic Park. Didn't work in the 80s, still doesn't work today. the thing is, the fossil bone in the rock is generally the same kind of density as the surrounding rock. And so, ground penetrating radar, acoustic sensing, all of this stuff just doesn't work. Moxie, you were saying something about, use it on your archaeological digs. That's the thing, is that archaeologists are working in soil. Paleontologists are working in rock. And the fossil bones that we're after, if we're, doing vertebrate paleontology, those are generally the same kind of density, consistency as the surrounding rock. So this sort of thing just doesn't work. Anywho. But yeah. Build a CT scanner the size of Saturn and scan the Earth. There you go, Deathsaurus, yeah. That's no moon. It's a computerized tomography machine. Yeah. Anywho, with that said, some Dyson sphere level science. There you go, Flangle trees, yeah. And Kazashi says Diplodocus now. I didn't know that. Yeah, here. If you go to Wikipedia and you search Seismosaurus, I bet you it'll redirect to Diplodocus. Bingo. There we go. Diplodocus hallorum, first described in 1991 by Dave Gillette, the guy you saw in that clip in the red shirt. It was described as Seismosaurus hallei from a partial skeleton. Blah, blah, blah. In 2004, a presentation at GSA made a case for Seismosaurus being a junior synonym of Diplodocus. This was followed by a much more detailed publication in 2006, which not only renamed the species Diplodocus hallorum, but also speculated that it could prove to be the same thing as Diplodocus longus. Yeah. Anywho, kind of complicated history there, but I'll give you a link so that you can read more about this and even go into the original literature through the references if you'd like to. But anywho, it's now 6:38 p.m. Holy cow. We're going to do a lightning round Thursday BIRDSday for the week. So without further ado, I hope you're ready for Thursday BIRDSday chat because it starts right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Indeed, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Let's go ahead and jump into it, shall we? I'm going to try and do this pretty quickly today because I've got some other stuff I got to do this evening. I've got to get ready for some museum work tomorrow, so this is going to be a quick one. Mayor of Space posted a bird at the Detroit Zoo. Not sure if it's supposed to be on display or if it's a Michigan native. Might be a female black-crowned night heron. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. Could also be an immature black-crowned night heron. That's my guess there. Mayor of Space, yeah. Thanks for posting. Lenina's got a tree load of cedar waxwings. Oh man, they're fun. Filling the neighborhood with their ear-piercing song. There must be like a good bush or a tree nearby with a bunch of berries on it. Because cedar waxwings, they love eating berries. Yeah. Super neat. Super neat. That's awesome, Lenina. Very cool. Chaotic Time Traveler's got 4 different videos for us. Let's look at them real quick. Some birds in the tree there. Here. Let's see if we can hear. Nice. Who is this right there? Very round bird. Almost looks like a fox sparrow or something. But no, who... I don't know who that is. Interesting. See, adhering to the guidelines of Thursday BIRDSday, going outside, going for a walk, looking for birds. Good stuff. Night birds. I know that sound. Who is that? Huh. Anyway, very cool. Chaotic Time Traveler, thank you, thank you. Seatown Striker says, a couple weeks ago, I herded merganser in the retention pond in my backyard. It looks more like a great blue heron. Went to get my phone, then it was gone. There is a heron that visits regularly. Every once in a while, I see it catch frogs back there. Not even sure how it found the pond. So many trees around it. Probably by sound. Birds have got excellent hearing, and they're very tuned to the sound of water. Whether it's dripping or splashing or water flowing, that's a sound that can attract all different kinds of birds to a particular place. So I'm guessing that's how this heron found your spot there. Cool stuff. Yeah. Oh, and those are killdeer. Very nice, Chaotic Time Traveler. That was the sound I was hearing. Very cool. Very cool. And Miar, Aznabal, and Emily got it before I did too. Yeah. Huh. Anywho. And Alexander Morrison has got, a crow fight. Some crows having a bout. Don't worry, as no injuries can be seen on any of the birds in this video. As to why these crows are fighting, it might be for territorial purposes, or possibly the birds defending their nearby young. Anyways, the music piece, Firm Realm Migrations, returns, produced by Brian Eng. Good stuff. Let's take a look here. Yeah. Wow, that's like a knockdown, drag-out fight there. Yeah, the birds are fighting again. It's interesting to see these birds fight and then imagine what it would be like for non-avian dinosaurs to be fighting. Some big theropods get into a fight like this. Wild. Jeez. Oh, man. Very cool stuff, Alexander Morrison. Thank you for posting. Very cool. Yeah. Huh. I think they're both just crows. They're not just crows. Crows themselves are very, very cool. And if any of you want to develop a deeper appreciation for crows, I've got just the book for you. We're here. I don't know if that's jacket on it, but Crow Planets. by Leonda Lynn House. Excellent book. Kind of a meditation on birds in urban areas like crows and how they're able to survive in human-dominated landscapes and what that means about humans' relationships to nature and all that good stuff. There we go. Crow Planets, Essential Wisdom from the Urban Wilderness. Highly recommend this book. One of my favorites. Really good stuff. Yeah, highly recommend that book. Anyway, cool. Thank you for posting, Alexander Morris. Good stuff as always. And Rushwing has got a Tasmania native hen, a flightless rail endemic to Tasmania. They're affectionately known as turbo chooks because they can sure leg it when they want to. Oh yeah, rails in general are. Look at those. Look at those legs. Those are the legs of. You almost picture that being on a dinosaur like Dilophosaurus. You know? They've got some serious legs on them. That's so cool. That's so cool. Thank you, Rushwing. Good stuff. Yeah. Powerful legs there. Mizart Rules has got... Ooh. Nice. An old barn there that you're painting? Watercolor. Very cool. They had chickens on the farm. I thought I'd taken a picture of that, but I guess I pressed the wrong button. New phone, still getting used to it. I know the feeling, Ms. Art Rules. Thank you for sharing. Good stuff. Mama Cat, aka Jazzy Cat. This little duck was taking a bath in a puddle outside my apartment, then enjoying a shower in the rainfall. She then waddled off into the bushes. That sounds like a busy day for a duck. Good for her. Excellent. Thanks for posting, Mama Cat. Good stuff. Ooh, Sedulos has got a lot of text there. Days ago, I took pictures of a bird I've been trying to spot for a little while. This bird is the white-throated dipper. Oh, are these the ones that go down into rivers? Semi-aquatic, lives mostly in swiftly running rivers and streams. Short tail, a bit like a wren, but it's the size of a blackbird. Oh, cool. These guys are so neat. Oh, man. The American dipper is the one that I'm familiar with. Yeah. In order to protect its babies, it will sometimes nest behind a waterfall. It's Norway's national bird. Very cool. Here's some footage, not for me, of this bird underwater. Oh, neat. So we have one in North America called the American dipper. This is what, the white-throated dipper? And yeah, they go under the water to catch insects and other invertebrates. So cool. This blew my mind the first time I saw it. I did not know that... Yeah, that a little, like... wren-looking bird would dive down into the water in order to get its food. It's wild. That's so cool. Yeah. And they're really good at it. It's interesting. They'll flap their wings to propel themselves through the water and fight the current. It's fluid dynamics, just like how they're flying through the air. And these birds are capable of flight in the air too, obviously. But a slightly different kind of wing stroke, as I understand it, when you're negotiating water as opposed to air. But same idea, you know? Very cool. So a person would really struggle to, like, swim against this current. This bird is able to do it no problem. Which is wild. That's so cool. And you wouldn't look at this bird on land and go, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's a water bird. You wouldn't look at there's an American dipper here and go like, oh yeah, That guy loves hanging out underwater in rivers. You would never think that. So really cool that these guys do that. It's just wild. And turning over rocks to try and find invertebrates underneath. Pretty neat. Pretty darn neat. Thank you for posting there, Sedulos. Good stuff. Boy, be dipping. Yeah, there you go. Oh, no. Oh, no, yeah, for sure. You betcha. Yeah. Good stuff. And Cacklin's Werf says, this is a long video, granted. Oh. But it does start off with a private concert by a blue tit in the village of Oppenmarkt. Let's take a look at that. Oh. Dangerous buttons. Good stuff. Thank you for the 12 months of support. Excellent. Appreciate you. Thank you. Here. From Cacklin's Werf. This, again, it cues beautifully to the spirit of Thursday BIRDSday. Because you're going outside, spending time in the outdoors, looking at birds. This is peak Thursday BIRDSday right here, you know? Yeah. Little private concert here, like you were saying. Good stuff. Seeing some other birds there. If this were back in the States, I'd say that's probably a turkey vulture. But no, is that like a big heron or something? Yeah, probably. Excellent. But look at that. Wow. The Dutch windmill. It's really going, too. Very cool. We have one of those in San Francisco. Ooh, big old goose. Wonder if that's a Canada goose. Nice. So many cool waterways in the Netherlands, you know? Having most of a country that's below sea level, I guess that'll happen, huh? In the low country. Very nice. Thank you, as always, Cacklin's Werf, for your contribution there. I appreciate it. Oh, those were two great egrets, where you said big heron. Thank you, Cacklin. Makes sense. And green heron says, ignore me casually sneaking back in here, lol. I thought I'd share a photo of this lovely horned grebe I saw recently. This was my lifer horned grebe. Nice. And bird number 250 added to my life list. Wow. That's a lot of bird species. Grebes are super interesting birds. People will sometimes ask, are grebes ducks? Or maybe are grebes loons? But nope. Grebes are just grebes. And their closest bird relative, oddly enough, seems to be flamingos. I believe that, yeah. This particular bird is in its non-breeding plumage, rather plain compared to their black and cinnamon breeding plumage with golden tufts on their heads or horns. It was still very beautiful to me, and to me, too. Look at that. My goodness. Gorgeous. Just beautiful. Lovely. Let's take a look at that on our Tree of Life, in fact. Let's look up grebes and see if they are sister to flamingos. Come on, One Zoom. I have to refresh here. Come on now. Oh, it's being so slow. Yeah. One more try. getting errors here. Next time. And Valiant Cheese says, recently I had some Australian magpie warning calls. I looked up to see my magpie family and a raven having a mid-air argument. A juvenile was in the lead, with the raven following relentlessly behind. Following that were 5 other members of the magpie group, all shouting loudly. If I were to guess, either the raven was opportunistically trying to take the juvenile magpie's meal, or, more likely, since magpies generally don't forage for morsels as big as the one being carried in the photos, the juvenile had stolen the raven's dinner and was leading everybody on a merry chase. Oh, birds. Don't ever stop. I had hoped to get a video showing the whole group together, but either the raven gave up or the juvenile dropped their prize before I was able to get everything in focus. Oh, that's cool. These are great photos, though. Just... I personally think it's fun to put World War II fighter plane sounds over video of birds zooming around in the air chasing one another. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Aerial combat. There you go, Clairbury. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Valiant Cheese. Excellent. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, for sure says the Down Under magpies are significantly more devious. Yeah. Is that right? We get magpies here in the States too, but they're not related. They're true magpies. They're actually part of Corvidae, unlike your Australian magpies, which are not. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander has got some friends returning.
Of course, I had to share
Mallards.
a story with my sister.
Anas platyrhynchos.
I'm filming. Don't say anything incriminating. What are you filming? What do you think? Oh, I didn't even see them. Friends.
Very nice. Yeah. A drake and a... Drakes are the males and the females are called, let's say cows. Yeah. We've got a drake and a cow. A drake is a bull duck, and a cow is a female duck. Yeah. It's like anytime I would see a female elk, I go, oh, look, there's an elk hen. Back when I lived in Montana. I thought it was funny. I don't know. One of those jokes where I thought it was funnier than anybody else thought it was. You have the bull and you have the hen. You know, that's how elk work, right? Yeah. But very cool. It's cool to see your theropod friends return. That's awesome, Salamander. And it's neat being able to kind of commune with nature like that. Be like, yep, it's that time of year. The ducks are back. The ducks are back in town. You know? Yeah. That's a rooster cow. There you go, Flingle treats, yeah. And Nell has got some bird news for us in text form now. A hawk that has been terrorizing male residents of Hertfordshire, of a Hertfordshire village for weeks, has been captured by local authorities, by a local man, after it stalked him through the village while he was jogging. They were at one point considering putting this bird down because it was being a nuisance bird and attacking passersby. That it's been successfully captured alive is a very good thing. Yeah, hopefully that bird gets relocated to some place where it can't eat any more villagers. We had a similar problem here in Oakland, California, with a turkey named Gerald. Yeah, here we go.
Right, this evening, an Oakland community is rallying behind an animal who's known for some pretty foul behavior.
That's right, KPX5's Don Ford on the effort to save Gerald, the turkey.
Yeah.
The Morecambe Rose Garden here in Oakland is a very pleasant and serene place.
This is in like early
Until you
2020,
run
I
into
think.
Gerald. Gerald is a huge male turkey. He lives full-time in the rose garden, usually
Yeah.
somewhat tame, but recently very aggressive. This turkey jumped on you?
He just walked towards me and hit my hand really hard.
Hard.
The man's
It
lucky to be
really
alive.
Yeah.
I thought he had broken a bone or something.
The attack left Steve
Yowza.
bleeding. Several reports have come in about Gerald attacking lots of folks for weeks.
It's the very extreme end of an aggressive male turkey. So there's mating season. Somebody has been feeding the turkey, so has
Always
really
a problem.
Yes.
Oakland is working with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to capture Gerald. Traps are set. Sexy decoy stand ready. And the plan is to relocate,
Ooh la la.
not kill him. Folks
Yeah.
say he's been hiding for days.
Gerald will jump at you, get you with the beak, and you know, I knew pretty early on that I needed to back away. But then I've seen Gerald really chase some folks around the park, especially some of the elderly folks. You know, I worry about them a little bit.
This afternoon,
Yeah. Anyway, he was successfully relocated, and I don't think he's eaten anybody since then, so that's a good thing. Yeah. Anywho. And Neilf has got our last and least turn. Nelf has got a least turn right here. Beautiful. Weighs only 1.5 ounces. It's a very efficient bird right there. Due to loss of suitable nesting habitat in Florida, they are now frequent flat rooftop nesters, which is pretty crazy. We have some here, I think they're least turns, in the San Francisco Bay Area as well, in Alameda, on an old naval base, like airfield landing strip. There's least turn nests. Very, very cool. Awesome bird. They are not big. Yeah, least turns are small. There's a baby in somebody's hand right there. Very small. There's babies and an adult. I don't know if we'll have a size comparison between, say, a least turn and a person, or maybe a least turn and a Big Mac sandwich. Here's a least turn versus a crab. Presumably not a big crab. Anyway, least turns are small. Yeah. Banana for scale. There you go, Makerspace. Least turn and banana. Nothing. No. Oh well. Suffice it to say they're small. Last and least, thank you, Neil, for your contribution there. I think terns are really cool. They're fun to watch. They're neat birds. And with that, Thursday BIRDSday is complete. I'm starting to get really hungry. I've got to go get some dinner, and then I've got some other stuff I got to work on. I'm going to be going to the museum in Fremont tomorrow to work on some stuff and start talking about delivering that full-size Tyrannosaurus skull to the museum. Here. This one. There's a suitcase for scale. This is big. Really excited to get that thing finished and delivered. So I'm going to be talking about that with some folks tomorrow. Everybody, let's go ahead and wrap up today's broadcast. Here's an Archaeopteryx to put our credits over for Thursday BIRDSday. And don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if we can. Who else is on right now? There we go. We're going to go right into science streams. There we go. Yeah. And if you want to, ask Balint about that story that he had about science outreach, old advisor, all that stuff. He'll tell you. Balint is a tireless cheerleader for science outreach, about the importance of science communication, and I'm honored to share this platform with him. He's a molecular and systems biologist doing some science outreach right now on Twitch. It's always a good time. We're gonna go hang out with him. Everybody, thank you for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. Hope you learned something about dinosaurs, both extinct and living, our modern birds. No stream tomorrow. It's Friday. I'm going to be going to the museum to work on some stuff. See everybody on Monday, 1 p.m. California time, for some more paleontology news, discussion, Q&A. We're going to check in with Andrew Milner, see how things are going at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. All that good stuff. So you all have a wonderful weekend. Take care of yourselves and each other. Stay curious. Keep on paleontologizing. Let's go check in with Balint. All right, everybody. I'll see you there. Let's raid in right now.